Streaming. Cool. We are in. We are good. Tom, hello. I see you there. I'm back. No need to worry. Let's turn my volume up so I can make sure I hear the sound, because there's like a 20-second, 25-second delay. Something like that. Cool. There we go. I can hear myself. We're good to go. Let's go. Tom, glad you're here. Missed ya. Been seeing the Ocean View helicopter stuff on Instagram because I gave them a follow. But we are back, and I've had a busy couple of days. And I am sore, but I can't leave all of y'all waiting for this long, so we're gonna work on getting back into it. So I want to do a double leg today. Let me go ahead and set up first leg. Where was that? Over here. Provideniya Bay. We're going to do one leg with the A star, and I think we're going to do the second with the 222 Bravo. Because the second leg, it is a remote location, and because there's really nothing between our midway point for today, or the end of first leg and the end of second bay. I mean, it's like deep diving. There's like one stop or whatever, so it's a big long thing. But yeah, we're gonna do A star today. Let's see, we were over here. Let's do ramp, set as departure. We're gonna hop in the A star. Where are you? Let's go ahead and configure that bad boy up. Yeah, it's like I want to talk about what I did this week right now, but I want to wait till we're flying because we have a lot of flying to do today. I don't want to throw everything out immediately, you know? Get rid of all my topics. But I did almost lose a watch while diving, so that was fun. 7's a good number. I don't know which color that is, but we're gonna go 7. Oh, that's not bad. Manage fuel, go and top that all the way up. Oop, we got close, within 3 pounds, not bad. Save and back. Save and back. Oh, we might do the 160. I haven't done the 160 in stream yet for the next one. Okay, so first one, Provideniya Bay. And then we're going to make our way over to Ugolny. Set as arrival. But I also want to do a stop up here, so we were at least following the coast through with it. I don't know what this is. We're just going to add a nearby marker for that, for like just a waypoint, so we can fly over and see what it looks like. Georgia plane spotting, what up? Just tuning in to say hi. I'm in Savannah on a trip right now. Hell yeah, seems like Tom is here to keep you company. Dude, have fun in Savannah. Savannah's great. Make sure to eat at that rooftop restaurant. I don't know what your seafood preferences are, but there's a rooftop restaurant down there that has really, really good oysters and stuff. Especially if you're down there with a woman, take her to go there to eat oysters. It's kind of a thing you need to do. What square is it? It's called something Oyster Bar. Sorry, Charlie's Oyster Bar. It's on the roof right next to a Ellis Square. I highly suggest it. And in the mornings, there's like a little French bistro sort of thing there in between East Bay Street and River Street, where you kind of like access it from the top level. Cafe M, maybe? I think that's it. Really, really good pastries and breakfasty sort of things, but definitely hit those up. Good places. The Pirate Bar is pretty fun too. They have an actor walking around the Pirate Bar, like a full-time thing or whatever. Gee, what, 7 people already? We just got in here. Good problem to have, though. What's up, guys? Okay, so we're going to set this as a... I just want to fly by that. So we can follow the coast up there. I don't know what's up here. But we're just going to add this as a place. So we at least have some sort of flight director on our Garmin, letting us know what direction we're doing. Once we hit here, I want to end up down here. But of course, this being a globe, this distance is like half the distance of that distance just because of the way globes are made or whatever. But yeah, that'll be a pretty decent haul through a lot of shit. And the reason I say that is because there's not really any airport things going down the coast until you get down here. Because there's other little stops, but they're unpaved, and we're kind of doing the paved thing. Peace, man. Thanks for stopping in to say hey. Be like, I'm kind of looking for like paved runways to make the assumption that they have Jet A. But I think from here, if we go directly west-ish to... Was it here? No, there's like somewhere... Maybe it's this one up here. Nope. Maybe this one over here? Yeah, here we go. Omalon. That's like our best bet from here to there, because there's like nothing down there, so we can kind of like straight over there and then down, and we end somewhere down here if I remember correctly. But that's where I want to terminate today at. So yeah, that's our thing. That's our thing today. Starting off in the 350 or the H125. A different color. Man, I didn't see that until Can I pause this real quick? Can I not escape out? Come on, bandwidth. Let me out, let me out. We might be able to change color. I just kind of guessed on color number 7. Which that's one thing that bugs me, like... Okay, cool. We were able to save that with our fuel range still. Okay. Configure... Let's see. Livery, fuel. See, why did it do that? Why did it get rid of all my fuel? 960. Cool, we hit top. Come on, give us so all white, official. Bleh. Flight sim 1 is like yellow and blue. Where's the one that feels like we're like a 1990s Dixie cup? I think it's number 5. Orange one isn't bad. I kind of like this one. Yeah, that one, it feels like one of the old school, like, foam cups or something. Dude, I wish I could do matte black. If we did the Cowan Sim one, we could, but honestly, I've never tried the Cowan Sim one in this, in the game here. But we'll do a flat black one on one of the next episodes. That way I can do some, like, pre-testing to make sure that the Cowan Sim model works good. I just haven't touched the, that particular model in this yet. Let me just go see what it looks like real quick. Cowan Sim 206, Cowan Sim 125. Let's see what it gives me for like fuel options and stuff. Landing surface. Snow, good thing. Max altitude 12.9. What? They've landed on Everest for the 125. But yeah, they have a shit ton of liveries for the downloaded one. That's Air Evac Live Team, I can tell you that right now because of the AE. What's fuel look like? 954. Give or take the same. We'll risk it. If this thing ends up toasting us, then we can blame Tom. Oh, damn, I want to change liveries. we're gonna risk it. Fuel still showing topped off. Livery, there we go. Load me in. That looks like blue. That's definitely blue. Kind of got a thing. Black and red, that looks pretty good. The 9 November Alp. That looks cool. It's kind of silverish. Gorky, what's up? Hell yeah. That's cool. There's a K-Max, that same livery that flies in my state, owned by Helicopter Express. So they probably got it from the people that, ooh, that's like the old school Castrol, like Toyota race car livery. That's cool. Jeez, no flat black. This is the closest one to flat black. We'll run it. We will run it. Ooh. Did it really lower our range that much? Is the Cowan Sim that thirsty? Oh, and I think the gas thing doesn't work in the Cowan Sim one. I think that's something I saw somebody talking about. Oh no, it just freaking changed our fuel stuff since we changed liveries. As this very like private exclusive lake, there's a handful of like rappers and big sports players and businessmen and stuff that live there. And he lives on the street, but he has like lake access, so I've gone out on the lake with him many, many times. And I've taken my scuba gear up there with him many, many times. So all of his neighbors and stuff know me as the no, we're gonna do it. We can blame you now if it doesn't work. But yeah, I've taken my scuba gear up there a handful of times because it usually like freshwater lakes up here are all kind of muddy and murky or whatever. But this is a very, very clean lake to be like an inland lake in whatever this area is here. Ooh, that's nice. Are we gonna fall through the void? That's the question. It's trippy as shit for me. I know it's probably not as bad for you guys, but it is rough here. Clouds, clouds, clouds. Nope. Nope. Come on. Really? If I get in, does it change? Nope. Just do a restart, see what it does. But yeah, so they know me as the cool guy that hangs out, super fun or whatever, but also as the guy who can do scuba diving and stuff like that. And the lake's, it gets deep for a smaller private lake or whatever. I mean, small is a relative term. Pretty decent size, but not like big lake, big lake. But it gets down like 60 feet near the dam, 58, 62 feet, somewhere in there. Hey, much better. Shift C puts us in the seat. Elaine is not here, thank God. The cool thing is I think I can do Hey, give me my pointer back. Change that around. Battery, anti-collision, fuel pump is on. Basically the same as the other one. Test in progress. Da, 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 da. So I have all my gauges here. That's good. That's on. Da, 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 da. Cool. Let's go ahead and give it a start. We don't need testing here. Hide you. I don't want to see you. I actually have a workable throttle here. Okay, I guess you're spinning up that quick. Okay. Turn the generator. No, I don't want to test the generator. I need to use my Mizhouse here. Turn that on. Horn on. Avionics on. Cool. That all works. That's beautiful. I love that. Float sling. No. Searchlight. Sick. Wing lights. Sure. Inactive. Limit my ass. Go away. What do you mean limit? I'm literally not doing anything. Okay, let's see. Let's scoot back a wee bit. I feel close. What do you mean limit? We literally have no limits. Let's just do a quick lap of pattern and see what this feels like. Okay, so different than the slightly different handling characteristics than the stock or factory or the whatever, the one that came with the game. Let's do another pickup real quick just to get used to it. Okay, much better. I'm going to go in and tap my fuel button a few times because I don't know how well this works. We're just going to run a pattern real quick just to kind of make sure that everything works as it should, you know? Since I have yet to use this particular third-party model in the game. Sean, what's up, dude? They kind of do. In the Hype Performance Group, 145 and their H160, which I believe we're going to use for the second leg of today, because I want to do a double leg today. A bit more sensitive or wiggly than the factory one. But I've actually downloaded, or purchased and downloaded, more or less a Garmin 750. So it's like a full functioning whatever Garmin. And so it kind of has the full usability of that. I don't know if I have the newest version of it. But I have that. Now, I don't know if I have it installed correctly. That's a different thing. But, actually, let's do grab a little bit of speed real quick. Oh, we already have a little bit of speed. Okay. Kind of do an auto here real quick. Auto characteristics are definitely different than what the, I'm gonna shut up, I know I'm near the ground. Run on landing. Let's go. Okay, cool. So it's still auto, so I'm not too worried about that. Horn. Shh. Yeah, I know it's over. Regulate yourself. There you go. Figure it out. Let's retop off our fuel since we've done our little test thing and we're happy now. Okay, let's get to it. Provideniya Bay, this is helicopter 420 Foxtrot Whiskey. We are departing to the west immediately. Thank you for the hospitality and thank you for keeping Elaine. Provideniya Bay. Also be grateful, I'm making a designer's life very hard with your requirements. Will I get a tester unit or do I still have to pay for it? Which I have no problem paying for a main, like a production unit or whatever when the time comes, but you know, having a word and everything like, man, I want this, and this to make the perfect belt. And then never getting a chance to test it. But honestly, if it does end up being like something that y'all legitimately use for whatever, that's fucking cool. I'm glad that my completely random existence ass is going to be a thing for you guys. Okay, we're going to kind of try to straight line this. I don't want to follow the coast particularly. We've been over the water a lot the past couple of episodes, although I have had the past 2 days off, but I've been underwater for the past 2 days. So it's like, shut up, there is no such thing as a limit. Piss off. Where you're literally fine. Plus the water looks weird here. I guess it's just like layers and boundaries of different weather maps or whatever. Like that straight line there does not exist in nature. Yeah, so anyways, back to the lake. Being the guy that shows up to just like at Lake Day where everybody's... Basically at Lake Day here is like the same as... I guess I... You know, as a kid, a Lake Day is going out, playing on tubes, water skiing, wakeboarding, whatever, you know. But I think as an adult, going a Lake Day is just drinking. So I don't drink too much. Very, very lightly, occasionally sort of drinker. But yeah, so I've been going to Lake Days with these guys for a bit. And they all know me as the guy who shows up into scuba diving and whatever else. Hello, mountain. So yeah, they all know me as that. And I'm just a cool, down-to-earth, hard-working sort of fella, you know? Just a chill guy who low-key just doesn't give a fuck. And, one of the main dudes on the lake runs like an import-export business, not like a, climb to 8,000 and do a high cruise 135 knots or something. Copy that. Let me drink some water real quick, and I can drink and fly up. But yeah, so I've been good friend with these guys for a bit, and one of them's runs like an import-export business. Has for years. Sort of money, like company as a private jet sort of company, which is super, super down-to-earth, dude. Anyways, my friend messaged me the other day, and he's like, hey, Matt, he's looking for your number, or he's asking about your number again. So I was like, okay, cool, give it to him. I'm ready. And apparently we had a big storm come through a few weeks back with like microburst where we had like 90-mile-an-hour winds come through, at least my neighborhood, which is a bit further south. But they had another cell from that storm come through and give them acknowledge doing something. But they had another equally gnarly bit of the storm come through their area. So the storm, a lot of the people on the lake have pontoon boats because as a kid you think, man, I want a boat, so you want something fast. Well, when you become an adult and you apparently you do lake days as an adult where you're drinking, a pontoon boat's the way to go because it's flat, people can hang out on it and party. You have a little ladder on the back where you can all kind of get out of the water and float around or stand on a sandbar or something, and it's good for the drinking hobby. So anyways, these people had a pontoon boat on a community dock because the people who live on the lake, they all have their own docks. But if you live like across the street from the lake, but you still have a lot that has lake access, or like the deed to your property or whatever has lake access. Let's do an aggressive climb and see if we can get through this blue hole right here. Let's see, VY is probably around 70 or so we can kill a little bit of speed. Anyways, these people had a pontoon boat docked at the community dock. Not him, of course. People somewhere else in the neighborhood. And it was on a boat lift, so you pull it up there and you crank this big old circular handle, and it will lift the boat out of the water so it stays cleaner. It keeps the muskrats and beavers and whatever out of it. Anyway, this wind ripped his boat, which was tied to the lift, and the lift off the dock in like 50 feet away from the dock to where it was upside down, not in the middle of the lake, but like the middle of this cove. And it had been there for like 6 weeks or something while they were talking to insurance or whatever to get it figured out. But anyway, he messaged me. He's like, hey, Matt, you want to come help us recover a boat that's upside down? Which I had seen the Instagram pictures like the day that it happened. I was like, dude, I'm not working right now. Tell me the time and I'll be there. So I show up day before yesterday, Tuesday. Beautiful day. He tells me noon, so I get up there like 11:45, get all my gear unpacked, and they scoot over around noon. And he has another guy on the boat who doesn't do anything the whole time. He just kind of sits there, smokes a cigarette, kind of there for like moral support, really. But the guy told him to go home after the first, but he's like, okay, cool, we don't really need you anymore. You can get out of here. And another guy who was like a boat mechanic who was kind of slowing it down because he was trying to save himself work on the back end. But we just ended up getting it done either way. So they drive off to go get some more fuel for the generator and the boat and stuff. And by the time they come back, I had already got geared up, hopped in the water, kicked my way over. And the first thing was just do like an outside inspection pass. And I'm solo diving. There was no boat here. Literally me out there in like the worst, not the worst conditions, but the fact that I'm out there alone is a dangerous thing doing solo dives. So there's other precautions and like no-goes for me as far as what I was going to do and not do. So I did a good examination of the outside of the boat and the lift and everything to make sure that there was nothing holding it to the ground itself, where it wasn't like an anchor dug in or whatever, you know. I found where it had been tied in 2 places, so I cut those 2 lines. Of course, if the lift is here or whatever, let's say the lift is this window and the boat's just inside. Of course, I'm staying outside over here, outside over this side or whatever. No, clear, so if something does happen, I'm not like directly in the line of something breaking. I'm gonna lean into this a little bit more. It's a bit slow for me, even though we're climbing good. But anyways, I cut that, boat's free. And I climb up on top of the boat, which is a pontoon boat upside down, so there's a pontoon on either side. And I'm grabbing the lift and I'm pushing with my feet and I'm pulling back on the lift in my upper body, and I push it most of the way until like the front almost clears the first section. Then I climb over the lift and get back on the boat again. And when I push again, of course, that bottom half the lift that's no longer held up by the floats of the boat starts to sink down because I was like, okay, cool, I don't want to be in any position where I'm going to get trapped under anything, because this thing was floating there. It wasn't in contact with the ground during any of this. So once they get there, I say, okay, cool, now I'll fully push the boat or let them hook up to it or pull the boat. Either way, I think we ended up pulling, yeah. But once they got back, I fully let them hook up to it, and we pulled the boat off of that. So that way I'm not worried about getting stuck or drug under something. And we pull over to the dock, and we're like, okay, cool, let's figure out how we're going to flip this thing over. Because we're on a flat dock next to the water. Have you got a headwind or tailwind today? Let's see. Ground speed 89, air speed. Yeah, we seem to be about in dead wind right now. Ground speed's matching up to what air speed is. So, a little tailwind, like a 2 or 3 knot tailwind. Nothing serious. Okay, we're up at 6,600. I'm going to stay below the clouds, because I feel like that will be a bit more on the exciting side, or the visual side, at least for our purposes or whatever. But anyways, yeah, not too bad. Plus, it's like at this altitude, you know, the lack of photogrammetry for this area is not going to be as annoying if you think about it, where it's like if it's a shut up limit, literally nothing exists that's a limit. Try and play throttle and everything to get the speed up as we can. But anyways, yeah, so we pull it to the dock, and we're trying to figure out how to flip it. So we're thinking like, okay, cool, tie though. Let's say it's upside down, so the left side of the boat's against the dock, the right side of the boat is out towards the lake. Like, okay, cool, maybe we tie the right side of the boat to it, to the like bottom post. I'm putting a lot of right pedal in right now. Weird. 135. 10 knot tailwind right now at 135, so we're cruising 145. Anyways, we're trying to think like, okay, cool, could we strap it down to the bottom side of the dock and flip it that way, or fill one of the pontoons with water to sink that particular side and then roll it over easier than reinflate that side and shove the water out, so 2 holes. What part of the USA am I from? I'm from Georgia. I live about an hour south of Atlanta, Georgia, which is the state capital, so southeast United States. But we're like, okay, cool, let's go. It's going to be a huge pain to sink a side and to refloat it and to roll it or whatever. So we started to go around the lake looking for docks of people who were friends, to where we could borrow their dock if it's a 2-story as a lift point. So we're looking for that. We're looking for trees with big limbs. We're looking for a lot of stuff. And I look across the lake and I see somebody who had bought a lot. And to put in perspective, this is like a 1-acre lot on the lake, and it sold for like $850,000. So, I mean, it's an exclusive lake to have property on. But yeah, so I like, hey, what? I wonder if those people are working over there. So we go over, we see some people working. We beach the boat like 15 feet from shore because it's kind of shallow. And I'm still in my wetsuit, so I hop out of the boat, walk over there, and like, hey guys, we're flipping a boat that had got blown over in the storm a couple of weeks ago. If we drag it over here, could y'all hook it up to your excavator and see if you can help us flip it over? And a couple of Hispanic guys, and they're like, yeah, we'll give it a shot. Okay, so it was an inland lake you were on. Yeah, inland lake. Spring-fed. Just like 2 little springs in a creek or whatever that feed it. But yeah, it's very far inland. But they're like, yeah, that's cool. So we go back to the dock. I dive under the boat and pluck out any sort of furniture or like seat cushions or whatever that's floating upside down there, because I don't want to leave that across the lake as we're towing it. Then we tow that bad boy across the lake. We rig it up. We wait for them to finish their load of wood. They bring down they have a big excavator there. And they have like, not a mini excavator or the other side. And we daisy chain like 3 chains and a fucking couple of straps or whatever to get it around. Because it's a good bit from shore and they're not going to drive the excavator into the water. But, like 45 seconds later, once we're hooked up, we had the fucking boat flipped over. Which we were like, man, that was going to be the hardest fucking part of this entire thing. Boy, what was that altitude going up? Sudden hit a little downdraft there. Yeah, we flipped the boat over in like 45 seconds. It was great. Like literally best case scenario as far as what could have happened. So then it pulls nice and easy back over to the dock where we kind of have everything based at. And the guy goes and takes that one guy who wasn't doing shit, takes him back to the dock, drops him off. And I kind of relax for a few minutes while he's doing that. Then when he gets back, it's just me, him, and the guy who's like the repair guy, but he's not doing anything at that point, so he's in the process of just getting ready to leave. So anyways, I go down and I have a couple of like wrenches and stuff that I've tied to me. And I start disconnecting the poles where they slip together. That way we can separate the top from the bottom. But some of these aren't coming apart. A lot of rope that the owners of the dock had tied to those different points, so I have to like cut these ropes underwater. There's fishing line on it because there's a whole bunch of people that were fishing the area, because there were a shit ton of like little brim and crappie and catfish and bass and stuff around there. And cut my way through all that crap. I wonder what there's airspace there for. Weird. Yeah, cut my way through all that stuff. Get a whole bunch of it taken apart. And we pull it and we separate it, but it doesn't fully separate because some things are stuck because of the way that the whole thing broke. So anyways, it was like 5 o'clock, so we called it a day. Went back yesterday, which somehow, even though most of the work had been done the day before on Tuesday, yesterday ended up being a whole bunch more strenuous. But went back down, unbolted some more stuff down there on the bottom. It's only like 12, 14 feet deep, so it's not terrible. It's like, okay, if it's super, super bad, I can just take off my my BCD, my buoyancy control device, the vest, and float to the top real quick, because I'm wearing a wetsuit, so I'm very, very buoyant. So yeah, if like worst comes to worst, I can take that off and I'm right there away, and no worry about the bends or anything doing that, because I'm not deep enough to worry about that. But I did end up getting like 2 hours of underwater time per tank the day before and yesterday, and so I went through 2 tanks. But like that's kind of the benefit of doing lower or less depth things. You're not underneath that much pressure. You got to spend that much more gas. Although I did burn more than I wanted to. That's just because a lot of it was like physical labor underwater. But anyways, yeah. Unbolted stuff. We put some float bags on it. We floated the roof of it, which is like corrugated steel or whatever roof. And we went to go drag that back over to that guy's dock, the guy who's helping take it all apart or whatever. And it was dragging fine, but this thing's like 24 foot long, so I had never like fully seen the complete other side of it. But on the downside, so if you're thinking about the entire roof thing being flat, so we're pulling it this direction, so it's kind of getting on plane, but the backside 24 foot back, like hard curves under from where they got damaged from the wind. And it wouldn't drag. It kept diving itself back under. So we ended up just putting it back at the dock, and we floated the lower section that had the elevator wheel or whatever on it, and some like the lift. It was like the lift and the frame, so I had to tie all that together so that way it wouldn't be secure. And we lifted it, or floated it, and then drug it like a mile or so back to his house and pushed it right up against his seawall so he could take it apart today and tomorrow or whatever at his own leisure. So that way he can attempt to reassemble it or repair it or whatever. It's like he's fucking loaded. Millions and millions of dollars in the bank. But he does that for fun just because it gives him something to do. And then we went back and we had to get the roof out, which steel frame, steel corrugated, whatever. And like, what's not the limit for you? 7? Jeez. Wimpy ass helicopter. But anyway, so that was a hard thing. We had to drag it up in between the dock and like a seawall there next to it, and we had to eventually hook my Forerunner to it, and we had a strap tied to the roof, then my winch tied to a strap, and luckily I've got a Warren Bluetooth winch. So I'm over at the roof, me and him are, and we're lifting it and fucking winching it at the same time. Oh yeah, dude, eventful couple of days. Like, I think I told you in the comment on my not streaming today post. It's like I got home and I just died. Like, I fell asleep on the couch, and like 4 hours later I woke up. I was like, I should move to the bed. Went to go pee, brushed my teeth. I saw the comment. I was like, okay, cool, not streaming tonight. I'll see you guys later. I'm out of here. And yeah, knocked out. And again last night I got home and I was basically dead. It would have been me sitting here doing this for like falling asleep while flying for 2 hours. So figures better take a mental break from this. You know, I had also my face is relatively sunburnt, although I get over the sunburns really, really quick. I don't do seed oils. I don't wear sunglasses. I eat super clean, so I get red for like 2 days and then it tans up like nothing ever happened. So my face was also pretty sore yesterday. But either way, it was fun. You know, scuba's a cool hobby to get into. It's nice because it teaches you just to relax. Like, the best way to scuba, or like the only way to scuba, you just breathe, you know? That's kind of the whole hobby. You just breathe, but when you're underwater. And you get to do it more if you're better at breathing, which is another thing. So, like, if you're in pretty decent shape to where you're not huffing and puffing around everywhere, and you can just breathe nice and calm, move around nice and calmly, you know, you don't have to really put yourself in super strenuous activities. It's like, just go down there and relax, and you can stay underwater and enjoy that hobby for much longer, just because guess what? You're just breathing. But yeah, scuba's fun. You know, I think it was like a 1-day online class is what I was able to knock it in. Any of the helicopters have autopilot? They do, but I don't think I'm able to use it. My peripherals that I have, my Apache simulators controls, they don't self-center, so if I let my cyclic go, it falls off to the side. And I think that's enough motion to like cancel the cruise control, cancel the autopilot or whatever, like where it gets enough force. I'm not sure if this model is. It's because like I've honestly never tried anything because I know that it won't work. But I do have some with autopilot. But at the same time, it's like, where's the fun in that? I'm not doing like 10-hour cross-Atlantic flights for fun where you do a whole bunch of paperwork to take off. You take off and you click the button and you go, and then you walk back to your computer like 10 hours later and landed. That's also kind of what attracts me to the whole helicopter side, is that even though there is autopilot for when you're doing longer distance things, or let's say you're doing I mean, really, a lot of the newer ones do have it either way, where there's like a 1-axis or 2-axis or something like that, or 3-axis, or you get to the newer stuff where it's fully auto. It's like, okay, cool, like if you're doing long distance things, or like passenger transport, or medical, or you're just getting from point A to point B, or getting to the location that you're doing your job at. I mean, like if you're in an MD-500 or something without autopilot, and you're going to go do utility work, but you're hired like 2 states away, well, cool, guess what? You're flying 2 states away. Unless you want to deblade and trailer it out there, which I know a lot of Robinson agriculture owners do that to try to save the hours on it, which understandable. I'm not gonna judge them for that, having the whole 2,200 hour overhaul thing. But even with a 2,200 hour overhaul, like the cost of ownership's still relatively low. Like an R40, weird wind movement there. Okay, well, it's probably because we're at 145 or 140. Like even like an R44 or whatever, like you're consistent with how you're flying it or whatever, and you have a decent schedule with it to where where you can use up or take full advantage of your 2,200 hours, and you're not letting it time out. I mean, like before insurance and fuel and whatever, I mean, it's still like $250, $300 an hour. So it's not that bad. But of course, when you throw the insurance and fuel and yeah, I've been killing altitude so slowly. But like even with insurance and fuel and whatever, it's like cool, R44 ownership. Oh, and then planning for parts and annuals and whatever. Like ownership still, $400 an hour, $450, depending on what your rates are, how you are as a pilot, what your insurance or whatever looks like. You're flying it in salt water, like really, really rough conditions. But it's not that bad. The 2,200 hour thing, yes, it's a cost. It is something that you need to factor into your ownership, and if you're using it professionally, is it worth it for you to put it on a trailer, turn your blade forward, backward, and just drag it to wherever you're going to go work? Or is it worth the time to do that? Is it, say, like, okay, cool, well, I've got to pay a driver X amount of time to drive it somewhere, which he has to have a CDL, and you got to pay them whatever per mile, or whatever the cost is to hire somebody to drive your trailer as a professional. Or it could be you, so you got to take your own time and your value into consideration. The cost of the tow vehicle to do it, which Robinsons aren't that heavy, so you could do it with a truck or SUV or whatever. It doesn't have to be anything too serious. Although a specialized trailer does make it so much easier, so the cost of investing in a good special trailer to do stuff with, like here when it's peak mustering season, we are doing an annual inspection 100 hours every 10 days. Oh yeah, dude, I can see that. I can 100% see that. I know I've mentioned the podcast before, but the helicopter podcast, he was talking to, I forget which one of his friends, but he had a wire strike incident. And he was doing agriculture, and it was a wire that he knew was there. But from what he says, when you're doing like agriculture type work, per federal regulations or whatever, there's really no limit to the number of hours that you can do a day in agriculture. Now, if you're doing other sorts of Part 91, Part 135, whatever the whatever section or subsection you fall under, usually there's decent regulations saying like, okay, cool, if you're doing tours, you can only fly 8 hours a day or whatever. And a lot of that time, it's like, okay, cool, maybe you're not getting 8 hours a day. You're getting 15 minutes here, you got to take people out, put more people in, 30 minutes there, you know, with death by point 1, point 2 in the logbook. But apparently with agriculture stuff, there's really no limit. And, ooh, we're almost at our first little point here, so we'll start killing off some altitude to come down and see there's actually a helipad. There is a little town. But apparently this dude had done like 14 days in a row at like 12 hours a day. And apparently it's good money too when you're doing agriculture type spraying and whatever. You put in 14 hours a day, I mean, you're making $1,000+ a day. So it's the most lucrative version of helicopter flying, like per hour, kind of, maybe. I mean, I guess it's depending on what if it's an hourly type of job. But, beep, 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 beep. I know, rotor speed's kind of fast. You're an older model and it's okay. So apparently there is a helipad down here, but it's just, there's so little photogrammetry that it's not even rendering in. Probably the first time these guys have seen a helicopter in like a year. Yeah, but anyways, there's no limit to agriculture hours. Sunrise to sunset, yeah, exactly. If you can see where you're spraying, go spray it. Your minimums start getting your personal minimums start getting a lot lower when you can shove in 13 or 14 hours a day, you know. Oh no, I'm not tired, I can get through this. Oh, that's just another Red Bull, it's no big deal. Apparently he had done like 13 or 14 super long days before that. And it was a hilly area where it'd be like up a hill, down a hill, up a hill, down a hill. And at the end of the run, there was a like a high tension line going across the fields at the end of his run. And he thought it was like 1 or 2 hills away, but surprise, surprise, it wasn't, because he was just so tired that he forgot where everything was. So, yeah, he ended up, I think, his mast on it struck the wire. Because he saw it, and I think his decision was like, if he was already going quick enough where if he was going down, he wouldn't be able to make it up the other side. So he went to try to pull power and pull back to get above it. And he just didn't clear it. It might have been a mast, or it might have been a skid hit. Either way, he ended up dropping like 200 feet, you know, and smacking the ground. Somehow he survived. Apparently there was another helicopter in the area doing ag work, and the truck driver for that helicopter pilot heard the crash. And he radioed to his pilot, like, hey, I think I just heard a helicopter go down. Go check that other field where the other dudes were running. And they found the helicopter, but he had crawled out of the helicopter because it was in the middle of a cornfield where, like, you couldn't see shit. So he had kind of crawled out to, like, a little farm road or farm driveway or something that was in the a bit more in the open so they could find him. But I think they ended up actually medevacing him out of there. But anyways, yeah, agriculture work, I mean, fucking 12, 14 hours a day, like you said, do your 100-hour inspection every 10 days. The limit to the amount of work you do is what the helicopter can take before it legally needs something done. Yeah. I feel like Under the Wires is a good bet, but from the way he explained it, it was a relatively steep hill coming back up the other side. And it was, in that moment, he thought his choice was, or his better option was going over rather than introducing himself to the ground. Which, I don't know where it was. I don't know what the aggressiveness of the hill was out there, so I can't really judge on that, because, you know, I don't know, you know. It's very easy, what do they call it, like armchair armchair quarterback or whatever. I call it bench racing because being a car guy and not having $1 million, I build my cars a lot in my brain. Like, oh man, if I could do this, I could do this, I could put this part on here, I could do this, I could fabricate this thing here, blah. It's like, cool, I'm just bench racing. You know, like, cool, this will build me a 7-second car. It only cost me X amount of dollars. Yeah, sure. But I'm not doing it. So I was like, yeah, I can bench race that situation as much as I can, but, you know, I'm not there, so I can't see what happened. You know, there are lessons to be learned, which I do read just about every NTSB report that I can, or every accident report from any country that I can see that pops up, or any accident I see that's become public. Because I think it's a very good learning tool. Like when I started riding motorcycles, I never had dirt bikes as a kid. So I was never introduced into riding at a younger age. So of course there's a little bit of YouTube, like, okay, cool, like left hand clutch, right foot brake, right hand front brake, you know, click up, click down. Like the biggest thing I learned on YouTube, because I understand the mechanics of it, so that wasn't hard. The biggest thing that I learned on YouTube motorcycle riding, as far as like how-to videos, was that counter steering, which if you don't know riding a motorcycle, when you want to go left and you're moving over like 10 miles an hour, you kind of put a little bit of like right turn pressure on the motorcycle, and it tilts the bike to the opposite direction. It's called counter steering. And it's very easy to handle a motorcycle. A little bit of IFR-ish sort of conditions, but I can still see the side. But anyway, so counter steering was like the biggest YouTube lesson I learned for riding motorcycles as far as how-tos. But I watched a lot of... There was an old channel that was pretty popular. His name was R. Nicky Mouse. So it kind of looked like Mickey Mouse, but RN, kind of lowercase r, lowercase n. Anyways, R. Nicky Mouse. You can look him up. His videos are still up. Our little kitten is cracked out. Time for bed. Safe flying. Sean, thanks for stopping in. I'll see you around. Tell Berlin I said, hey, lock the kitten in the closet. Dude's dirt bike since 18 months. Hell yeah. Yeah, so counter steering, big thing. Helped me out a lot. Of course, I'd watched that before I started riding. I did a couple of test things on a bike, like a bicycle. I was like, oh, I guess I've been subconsciously doing that, riding bikes the whole time, but like knowing that consciously counter steering just made it a lot easier. Anyways, blah, 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 counter steering. But yeah, R. Nicky Mouse. So there's the very popular canyon road in Los Angeles called Mulholland Drive. Beautiful scenery. I've driven it a few times whenever I go out there for meetings or work or whatever. Absolutely blast the rental cars up and down, but don't cross the double yellow or don't cross the yellow lines, because there's a lot of bikes up there that are absolutely ripping. And I always pull off to the side for them to let them get around. But anyway, there's a famous turn called the Snake, I think. And he would always set up camera there and videotape people going by, because a whole bunch of like really good riders would be out there dragging their knees around, getting some good speed. I think there are a couple of people who put their elbow down here and there. But there was like a weird pavement bump going in, and being a public road also, there'd be a lot of target fixation on other cars coming around the corner the opposite direction, or there would be gravel that had gotten on the road from somebody messing up with. Anyway, it was an area a bit more prone to accidents than other areas. So he would get a lot of really good videos of like weekend riders out there like destroying this. I mean, they were fast, and you can go back and watch the videos. But I always thoroughly enjoyed watching the episodes or the videos or the clips where somebody would crash. And like there was no interview with him afterwards or whatever. Like he's not going to go and and kick them while they're down, like, oh, you just crashed, tell me what happened. But it was always a really, really good learning experience to watch them and go like, okay, cool. When they came into this corner, you could see their head target fixate on the rock or the guardrail or something. And like you could see the moment that snap where something switched in their brain, or the way that they were riding, or something that environmentally happened, the way they hit their brakes, whatever the case. And you could see like, cool, that was the point where they messed up. They were riding good and they had something good going for them until that point. And I learned a lot watching our Mickey Mouse's crash videos, and other people's crash videos for that matter, but he had a good number of them just because of the nature of his channel. But yeah, so watching videos like that, I learned so much, which is why I enjoy, and I say enjoy as a learning standpoint, not because I enjoy seeing news of other people's crashing or death or injuries or whatever. But I enjoy going through the NTSB reports or any other national agencies, the EASA reports or whatever. Or I get a lot from it. Because it's something where I can say like, okay, cool, there was something that was wrong. Where if it wasn't a straight mechanical failure, like we're looking at the New York Hudson River accident now, where it looks like the transmission locked up and the sprag clutch couldn't do its job because of the nature of the failure. But, I mean, like, you learn a lot from seeing things that pilots did or whatever, because hopefully that can make you a better pilot, only others make everybody a better pilot. Also, we are changing the oil 25 hourly every second day. Jeez. Is that on turbine ships or is that on Robinsons? I'm not sure what their oil change interval is. I've never looked into like ownership intervals on Robinsons. I just kind of have a general idea of like blade intervals and like the big shit, you know. And then I worked for an MRO company that did a component overhaul for a bit. It's like I know a lot of magnetos have like 100-hour inspections that you do, 500-hour inspections that are a bit more involved, and you know, all that stuff. But that's another weird thing, like keeping up with the books and maintenance on stuff, especially when it's aviation related. Holy shit, that's a job in itself. Like that's why a lot of companies hire maintenance people specifically for that. That's why I look at companies like a lot of weird wind right here. That's why I look at a lot of companies like Celicopter or any like reputable broker with such high regard, because they go through and they sift through all of those things. And they say, okay, cool, this particular thing's been around for 6,000 hours or 20,000 hours or whatever. Like, let's go through all the logbooks and see what's timed and what's not timed and whatever. 22s and 44, so yeah, gas motor stuff. Technically, you can run them up to 50 hours, but because of the hard work they are doing, we do it 24. Yeah, smart. And when it's a preventative thing like that, where, sure, spending $100 to a couple $100 on fluids and a filter a little bit more often, it's so much more worth it than spending thousands of dollars unexpectedly because you have some sort of major failure with something. So, definitely worth it. Yeah, sifting through all that, it's something I look forward to learning and figuring out, because something about that organization kind of tickles my fancy just a little bit. Like, I wouldn't mind getting into brokering because of that. One, it's a cool little income that doesn't require full-time work. Of course, you do have to put a lot of hours in to do it at a level that's respectable and safe and repeatable for your clients. But, sorry, we're a bit wiggly right now. I'm kind of readjusting myself. But yeah, knowing how to go through all that stuff, looking at all the logs, looking at all the maintenance stuff. I mean, if you're not familiar with Mike Patey, I mentioned him before on stream. He's the guy with that red bush plane with a turbine engine that he called Draco. And the cool one called Scrappy that has like hydraulic suspension, so he can change how high it is for different angles of attack taking off, and weird, like crazy wings that he's designed. Anyways, he has a plane called Turbulence. Had a plane called Turbulence. I forget what its base was, but he swapped in, I think, a PT6 engine into it. Or is it originally like a 6-cylinder, a Continental or whatever. Anyways, so he had this, it was the fastest turboprop single engine airplane in the world. You know, won a lot of races and stuff. It's a super, super cool plane. Yeah, you know Mike. Yeah, Mike's super cool. I enjoy watching his stuff. He's so fucking smart. Beyond Turbulence, I don't know if you watched any of his recent videos, but he had was talking about what actually happened with the engine on it when it blew on its way to Oshkosh. And it was like an AD that happened with that engine way, way, way back. And the engine had been overhauled since then, but the AD was never complied with. But it was something so far back in the history that it was overlooked. So when he bought it as an engine, it was just like a little oversight, and that ended up being what caused the failure for him. Technically, you can run them 50 hours because of you can run them to 50 hours, but because of or what they do to 25. It takes 30 minutes to change the oil, only costs about $200. So, oh yeah, no brainer at that cost. Of course, aviation stuff's a billion times more expensive, but if it was a normal car, it'd be like $45. Speaking about oil changes and getting shit done, and MRO type things, if you're a car guy, you're probably familiar with Cletus McFarland. Today is the first day of the month of freedom, so he does a video every day this month. And in his big month of freedom first video of the month thing today or whatever, he had Von Gittin Jr. flown in on his helicopter, and it was the people from Rotor Power LLC. And I think it was Aussie Pilot and Powerline Pilot that were down there. I think Aussie Pilot was the guy that was flying it. Phil, his name. But they were talking about how they do. I messaged him. I was like, hey, was this y'all out there? And I was messaging with Powerline Pilot, Darian. And he was like, yeah, they had just bought I forget what company he said that they acquired. But it had a whole bunch of tooling and stuff. And a whole bunch of capabilities and parts and processes or whatever established. Like a whole warehouse of parts and stuff for MD500, MD530 machines. I don't know how much 520 and 600, but anyway, a lot of shared parts. Anyways, like we had like a whole warehouse, took like a month to move parts. And it's like, yeah, dude, I used to work at a Part 145 repair station. Sorry, I'm coughing a lot, guys. My throat's kind of non-enthusiastic today for some reason. But I was like, dude, I'll tell you what. All those spare parts, if y'all can buy any wrecked ships or any like needs overhaul parts you can off of YouTube, since y'all haven't done a 145 before, it's like, do that. Like, it was a saving grace when we had a repair station where I met Sean, who was in here a few minutes ago. But like, there were some parts where it's like, okay, cool, a fuel valve, and you're doing like this one little O-ring. Well, not O-ring, because we always replace the O-rings, but like one washer, or one little piece, one small piece that's in this thing, in this fuel valve, or whatever the part was, landing gear, whatever, an oleo assembly, fuel pump, whatever. And we're working on like Beechcrafts and Cessnas and pipers and stuff from like 1970s. Like I did a couple of parts from like planes from 1968 that had never been overhauled before. And of course, a lot of these parts, they continued their existence in planes all the way up to today. You know, they make those parts brand new, but there's been so many revisions that all the inside parts are completely different. So, the company I worked for lack of better terms, they smartly, though, they hoarded. They'd find them on eBay, on Facebook Marketplace, like, hey, we have this plane that crashed or whatever. So they would purchase as many parts off of it as they could, and they would put it in storage. Because when that one 1967 Beechcraft Debonair, whatever, came around, that needed fuel valve, or, yeah, we'll just say a fuel shut-off and selector valve assembly overhaul. And that one particular spacer washer, or that one particular shaft or whatever, was bent, and it wasn't something that's a repairable part or fixable part where you have to put a new part into that assembly. It's like, cool, where do you get it? Nobody makes it. How are you going to fix that? And the answer is you pull it from another part that's been used or whatever, then you inspect that part, you certify that part, and then you put that part into their part. So then you still have your spare one sitting there left over, because there might have been like a bad housing or something on it. But if all the interior parts are good, then you've got $2,000-$3,000 worth of interior parts, even though the whole assembly is a functioning thing. It's like a $1,200 thing. Like, all those little interior pieces are worth a lot, because there's nobody that makes them anymore. Or there is somebody who makes it. They're also making a billion things for a billion other different airplanes. We had a hard time getting quad seals for the inside of some of these fuel valves, to where it's like, okay, cool, we had like 15, 20 of these things on the shelves just waiting for like 2 months. Waiting for these quad seals to come in. As soon as they came in, we throw them all together and they're out the door. It's like, okay, cool, we need more. But I told the guys, I was like, if y'all are starting a 145 shop, like, hoard those fucking parts, dude. Do not take those for granted. Certify those fuckers. Take the time to clean them up and have a guy go through them and get them inspected and certified, and just have an inventory. And I would say sell them, because it's good money, but it's better off for you if you're going to be a Part 145, a repair station, to hold on to them. You know, it's they're worth their weight in gold, more, or probably even more. But it's a whole nother world. People are like, oh, I have an expensive hobby, I like golf. It's like, no, bro, get into aviation. I'm sorry. I'm not sure if you comprehend what expensive. Oh, I can see land on our synthetic vision there on the right screen. That's good. We're moving across a bigger bay. And once we get up to here, we can start our left-hand turn, which really I could start it now. Oh, it's still a ways up there. Oh well. I could start now. I'm going to start now in just the interest of a little bit of time savings. We'll make our course due west, or even just a little bit, like a 2-6 course or something. I mean, we're going to end up flying over that same fucking water again anyway, so might as well just do it now. Nothing to see over there but clouds, boys. We had the coast for a little bit. Now that we're past any useful coast views, we might as well do the cut across. But I'm okay with that. And y'all are going to have to be okay with that. Should be good on fuel and everything too. That looks fine, so. Yeah, how's things down in Australia the past couple days? Also, there's 6 or 7 people in here kind of fluctuating. You're just lurking around, feel free to say hey. None of my mods are in here right now, so y'all basically have free reign to do whatever you want. It'd be fucking wild. Let's see, I message somebody real quick. I've messaged my friend about the bachelor party. Looking like rain this weekend. Yeah, I see the rain forecast. I think we're going to be having fun regardless of what the weather does. Oop, getting shaky. Locking in. Voice to text and all that. I know we are bringing one pop-up tent, comma, but if you have another, that's good. Either way, comma, I'll message you tomorrow and see you in the evening when I'm dropping off the motorcycle. Getting wiggly because we're being responsible and texting and driving. I'm supposed to be going west right now. Putting myself in IMC conditions while texting and driving. Thank you for riding Spirit Airlines. Let's go. Know Your Joe, what's up, dude? Glad to see you in here. Hey, we have floats. I have a float arm button down here. I'll click that on the way down. We'll be good. What does one have to do to become a moderator? Right now, my moderators are people that I know in real life. Or Georgia Planespotting. He's local-ish to me. I haven't met him in real life, but he's been following me for a bit. But at the same time, it's like, my chat's not that fucking crazy right now. I don't have like 6,000 people fucking watching me. If I had like 100 people watching me, I'd probably throw you and Joe mods, but it's like, to what avail now does it do? It's just, it makes your name blue. So, it's like right now, if Sean were to do something stupid and start banning people from my channel, I can go to his house and kick his ass. If Georgia Planespotting does that, I pretty much know where he lives, and I know where he goes to go watch planes, so I can go show up and kick his ass. Jake, I know where he lives, I can show up to his house and kick his ass. I like blue. Blue's a good color. What color are we? No, we're like blackish here. Yeah. Ooh, the sound's different than the I don't know if you noticed that, but yeah, the sound's different than the one that comes with the stock 125. The Macallinson's got a different sound model. Yeah, it'd be a drive to get to your house. Yeah, I kind of know where you live. I can hunt down people. I think, like I said, my one of my superpowers is Google Map location geoguesser type things. It's like I'm not like the Rainbolt guy or whatever good at just like pulling anywhere from anywhere in the earth and going like, oh man, that's Mongolian grass. But like if I know a general area of where somebody is and I have a picture, I can pretty much find you. And a lot, like I don't even do it for like malice reasons. I just think it's a fun skill to have. Like, why not be good at maps, because it's like, okay, cool, that's a skill that can save you one day. Sorry for the rough flights back there, guys. I'm kind of getting comfortable here in the seat. And totally not texting and driving at the same time. Definitely not. That would be frowned upon. Yeah, it's only like a 20-hour flight, no big deal. The 2 router for the Quest 3, yeah, so I'm not even doing physical link right now, so like earlier I was going, oh my god, wiggle, 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 lock in. Yeah, I'm doing AirLink right now, but I'm doing it through the Prism XR, whatever router thing. That plugs in with 2 USBs through the computer. So, I'm doing that. It seems to be relatively stable, knock on wood. And it's allowing me to keep the headset plugged into the wall through a solid enough charger to where hopefully I can, I don't want to say stream non-stop because there will be an end to it eventually, but I can pretty much stream as much as I would like to, which isn't bad, you know, like it's a good thing. To where I'm not like there's one day where we did like a 3-hour stream, and when I took the headset off, I checked the battery, it's at like 10%. It's like, okay, cool, so this thing burns through some fucking energy when it's running. Which, I mean, I guess now I could do the battery pack. But, I'm sitting in a chair anyways. It's not like I'm running around a room doing some sort of, like, fully immersive VR, fully active game or whatever. So it's like, okay, cool, I don't need the battery pack to where I'm fully mobile and I can do multiple hours at a time, or hand it to different people and let people play all day. It's like, cool, I do this for like 2 to 4, maybe 5 hours a night when I'm doing the stream, or if I'm just playing recreationally myself during the day or whatever. It's like, okay, cool, like 30 minutes here, an hour or 2 there, depending on what I'm doing. You know, if I'm doing some career mode grinding, it may be like 2 hours or so. But like, I'll never reach the limits of what this does on its battery while standing up and doing stuff. My brother does kind of enjoy the drawing thing. I'll let him use it sometimes. It was a really good skill, especially being a pilot, being able to locate places on my maps. Oh yeah, yeah. Like, I did a full, like a full thing on my Instagram a while back about maps. And, like the U.S. Geological Survey, USGS, you can buy basically any map for your area from, like, any time period for, like, super cheap, you know. So, like, I can get a map for my place from 1920s all the way up to current. Basically print to order. And, I did, like, a full Instagram series on maps in my stories, and I think I saved it in highlights. It was like, what are some things that you would look for, like, get good things to look at on maps and whatever. And, like, the moral of the story on it was, like, use satellite view when you're navigating. Like, sure, the map view, you can save a little bit of data, but everybody has unlimited data now, so it's not that big of a deal. But, use fucking satellite view, guys. Come on. I'm going so fucking slow. We gotta speed this up. 80 knots is unbelievably slow. That's kind of like flying without landmarks, you know? You lose what your point of view is, and it's so pretty up here. But even, like, beyond the piloting part, like knowing what stuff looks like from the sky using satellite view, I use it all the time for, like, normal navigating. Oh, cool, you're passing some trees and coming up to a field. Oh, look, there's a neighborhood behind this tree line over here. You can see the neighborhood back there, so it's a good landmark. Oh, wow, there's a whole bunch of grass and a whole bunch of buildings here that's not marked on their normal map view. Cool, that's a good landmark for you to know or to see or whatever. Like, cool, what's the layout of this parking lot that I'm going to so I can get through it easier? Which I think I told this story before in a previous episode. But there was a girl that I was dating or seeing for a bit or whatever, and one day we had gone antique shopping, and we get to the red light, and I look to the right, and I can see the place that we're going in there, but the driveway, we have to turn right on the road, then turn into the driveway. And there's like 5 or 6 businesses all in like this main industrial parking lot sort of thing. And we get in there, but her satellite, or her Apple Maps or whatever, is still like having her do turn by turn down different aisles through the parking lot. And she's following it different aisle. Like, she didn't turn down one aisle, but turned down the next one while they both ended up the same place. And I was like, if you're running satellite view, you can see where these aisles are at, like oh, cool, they all end up the same place. Oh, you want to get the back way into this restaurant? Oh, look, there's a cut through that they don't show because normal map view doesn't show that sort of thing. Like, use it to your advantage. It's basically a superpower in your pocket to be able to see anything anywhere in the world. Of course, it's not live up to date, like, oh man, there's a lot of cars on this road, traffic's heavy, but I guess what they do have traffic functions. It's just not going to be on satellite view. Some people don't understand that, though. My dad has this funny story. He used to work for a trucking company as a dispatcher, and one of the truck drivers called in and was like, hey, I'm going to be leaving Ocala, Florida, whatever. And when I was leaving, I saw there was a 72 Camaro down here. Just after you left the place or whatever. Super, super clean. Could you check Google satellite view and see if it's still parked out there? And my dad was like, dude, I don't think that's how that works. They don't fly over every second of the day and update this thing. It's they take the picture once, and this is back in like 2009. So I guess it was still a relatively new technology for some people, and if you don't think about it, you don't consider it. I use Apple Maps on satellite all the time to do flight plans. I mean, that's what I'm doing here. Like, my choosing of airports is almost purely on Google's satellite view to see if it's a paved airport. Especially when off airport somewhere I've never been to before. Oh yeah, that definitely makes sense. One downside is it's hard to see power line stuff, satellite view. Also, I don't know what the Australian situation is with power lines. America, we have a lot of above ground lines, but you go to like Europe or whatever, there's a lot of below ground lines. So, I don't know how big of an issue power lines on every single street is for you guys. But like, it's almost a problem when I'm going somewhere. I'm always looking at different people's yards and whatever. Like, okay, cool. Like, you could land there. You couldn't land there. Because I'm also kind of house shopping and property shopping at the moment. So I want to have a place that's something that's landable to where I'm not going to piss off a lot of neighbors. Or if I do, it'll at least be like a big enough neighborhood to where it's not that big of a deal. Or like the property backs up to a huge piece of property to where I can come in from the back side or whatever. Anyways, like today we passed a little baseball field, I think for like a little church or a retreat or something. It was like a baseball field. They have a little horse arena. It was a handful of, it's like small, like things where kids and young adults and probably even full ass grown adults are going out and doing some sort of sporting event. But the entire place was like almost third world country, covered with power lines. And I'm like, if you have a kid out here who trips and falls and has a compound fracture, or breaks their neck, or like a freaking trauma event or something where you want to bring in an air evac. It's like there's no way for them to land within like a mile of this place. You would have to do an ambulance transfer to a landing zone. And I don't want to say that's a very irresponsible thing to do, but it's like, knowing what I know now, I wouldn't risk building something where I couldn't land something in an emergency, you know. That's just kind of a consideration for me now. Cool, I'd like to have a place to set something down if it comes down to it. If my father comes over one day and he has a heart attack, I want to be just like, hey, my father just had a heart attack, or he's having a massive stroke, or whatever. I live in this field. If you can send the ambulance here, whatever, if you can get air support coming in, I have a helipad that is clear and open with an approach from the south or an approach from the east, or whatever. You know, I would like to have that ability. Nearly all of our lines are above ground, yeah. Oh yeah, it's something like you don't notice until like you pay attention to it. Like anybody that I know who's gone to Europe, and they're like, well, I'm talking to them when they're out there or whatever. I'm like, how different is it? Like, oh, it's great. I'm like, so you're in the UK right now? They're like, yeah. It's like, do you see power lines around? They're like, oh shit, no. It's like, yeah, they bury just about everything out in a lot of places. You know, sometimes it hit or miss depending on what it is, but for the most part, it's like a lot of these European places, you know, they're burying all their lines, which is super cool. Let's see, let's go down. It looks like a pretty high layer. No, we're gonna try to go above this. And if it ends up biting us, we'll just do a descent. I've got a radar altimeter, I believe. So yeah, we can always... Oh, it's kind of clearing up. It's not that bad. It just looked more IMC than it actually was. The sunlight's playing the trickies on us. But yeah, it's just like a weird thing. Like, okay, cool. Like, it's not that big of a deal to have a big enough open place to allow somebody to fly in and to have at least some sort of approach and departure path, where that way they are... I mean, nobody really flies ships for any sort of profit that's not fully loaded. If they are, there's a lot left on the table. It's like, okay, cool, like 135 versus 145, you know, 135 lower lifting capacity and everything. It's like, so a lot of people run the 145 to put everything in there and to have that extra capacity. But then guess what? They also stuff it full with more equipment. So you're already taking off at max weight anyways. You're having to burn fuel whenever you're leaving somewhere. So like, if I can give somebody the approach path in and out, that's preferable. Whenever I'm talking to friends, I have a couple of friends who just bought a couple, some friends who are a couple that just bought they have like 30 acres where they live currently, but they just bought like a 100-acre place they're about to build into. And, ooh, that sunlight's making this fun right here. Okay, that's an IMC there. We're going to keep climbing. But they have like 100 or something acres that they just bought. I can see the water a little bit straight below. And I can see clouds above, so we're going up. But yeah, they just bought like 100 something acres. Luckily it's all filled, so I don't really have to coach them into that. But I have like my stunt friend, he has property, and before he logged like the whole thing, he had cut like an area. He's like, hey, this is good for a helipad. I was like, well, you kind of just built a pocket to send down into. And for a helicopter that any of your friends could afford or get into, you probably can't just do a straight max power takeoff straight up out of there with a 44 or whatever, unless it's just me coming in by myself. But even then, you still don't really want to do that. You want to have that forward airspeed in there. You want to be in some sort of either near ETL or in ETL. Yeah, now it's plenty open, so there's plenty of room for that to come in and be a thing. But that's also a thing where most people who never looked into helicopter, hell, even a lot of fixed-wing pilots, I assume, think the same way. If they don't really put the effort into to learn rotorcraft, I won't say rules and regulations, but they don't put the effort into learn even the basics of the aerodynamic functions of it, and then they'll never know. It's not going to be concerned to them oh, helicopters take off up and down. Why do you need a runway? But it's yeah, I've even talked to a friend who's 250 hours or something fixed wing, and he had no idea about ETL. But then again, if you don't need to know, if it's not part of your job, then why are you being taught it anyways? So I don't blame them. I feel like you only really start researching into the other side if it's something that you're going to do anyways. So anyway, that's on them. I'm not going to be mad. It's my autism. I use it how I want to. I can see the green again in front of us, but it's also going to be way out there. I'm okay with that, though. We're just cruising. It ain't no thing. Kind of up here, splitting the layers. Putting ourselves in that nice, dangerous zone. Oh man, the top and bottom layers could close in on each other at any time. Which is just how I like it. The danger of potentially getting into IMC. Which, I think the sim does a pretty good job at exposing you to IMC. When I first got this and got into VR, I never really touched the clouds, and when I was just doing it, watching on the screen, because for the most part I was just hovering around that parking lot for the first 100 hours or whatever. And once I got into VR, I had heard, of course I had heard about IMC conditions and IFR flying, and I was okay, cool, you watch your gauges, you fly the aircraft. That's what you do. You enter IMC inadvertently, you fly the aircraft first and foremost. You have gauges there that tell you if your wings are level, if your rotor's level. You have your airspeed, and you have your altitude and your whatever your changing altitude is. Are you going up, are you going down? You have all your gauges there, and as long as you know what your inputs are that do that, then you can fly your aircraft. And I'll tell you what, the first time I was cool, let me just try to go fly this real quick. I put myself in the absolute worst fucking scenario for it. How far? I don't know, because I skipped our second checkpoint there in lieu of just going over the ocean. Or going over the bay. So we were going to go from here up to here and then back down, but I'm kind of splitting the difference. Coming straight between, so wherever we kind of went in and halfway landed in that little town, we're halfway there. So whatever that time it's been since then, it's about that time. And I really don't want to look down at any of this stuff for the to destination, because my resolution or whatever set to where I can't read the screens here. It's kind of blurry. I'm okay with that, but I know I do have an ETA counter somewhere But I'll look at that later when I'm not punching the fucking soup. Plus, if my sticks were self-centering, then it would be a slightly different thing. But they're not, so when I lean forward to go into something, it's very hard for me to keep it straight and level because my whole body moves. ETE is 1 hour 2 minutes. It says on the bottom right, or 1 hour 4, 1 hour 5, because I just slowed down a bit there, leaning down. Stretch my back a little bit. Yeah, if you look bottom right of the garment there, 1 hour 3. So yeah, just over an hour until destination, but I don't know how much consideration that's taking to me heading to the new checkpoint, or that has me going back to the old one. Who's texting me at 11 o'clock at night? Oh yeah, and when I was doing the diving, I was wearing my watch. Oop, way over speeding here. Don't text and drive, kids. But when I was diving, I was wearing my watch, which is a Forster, which is a company here in Georgia. Forster Mark I broad arrow. So it's kind of like a clone or an homage looking type thing of a no-date Submariner. Which I kind of have a thing for super simple, domed, like that's it, watches. I just think they look clean and classy. Or as classy as like a tool watch can get, you know. I think I paid like $800 for it. But it's on a NATO strap, like a James Bond type NATO strap. And it was diving with me this week. And I pop out of the water at one point and look at it, and one of the spring bars had broken, so it was only hanging on by the top spring bar. I was like, ooh, I'm glad I saw this now and I didn't go back down and lose it somewhere. But it probably got caught on something when I was doing it, because there's a bit of a scratch on the crystal. Because it's an acrylic dome crystal. But I've got some polish for that, so once I get the new spring bar, I'll repolish that and get it set up. So my friend's talking about his tux. He did some... So my friend getting married, he did this thing called Generation Tux, which is like a tuxedo rental company, but instead of... Because he invited people from all around the country. Because he's been moving around all around the country. He was like from the Carolinas, moved to Arizona, and then to California, and then to Georgia here. So he's been everywhere. And, of course, the friends that he had in those times have moved around as well. So he has groomsmen from all over the country coming in. And so he did this thing called Generation Tux, which is an online tuxedo rental. You tell them your sizes and the fit and everything, and they send you a tuxedo that fits. And they give you like a 2-week thing with it wherever you need it. They'll send you something different to fix it or whatever. Got mine in a day. It fits all right. It's like I would much rather go somewhere and have them actually give me a tuxedo and fit it to me. But I understand you can't really match everybody's tuxedos when you do that, when everybody's across the country. Like, you can't explain like, oh, everybody come in here a week early and spend $1,000 on a hotel and then $500 on a tux rental and blah, 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 blah. So it was like, okay, cool, like $400 from the online company. They send it to you, and they send in a big box with a hanging bag and everything. So it's kind of like just use and go. And kind of annoying. It's like it fits all right, but it doesn't fit perfect. And it's like I'm a 6'2", 190-ish pound, like pretty damn athletic. Like I run basically daily. I lift weights every day. And if I don't do one or the other, I'm doing something physically enough that will compensate for that amount of Let's see, do I have weather turned on this one? Probably not. I'm doing something that will physically compensate for not doing that purposeful bit of exercise. So it's been like clothes are getting hard to get fit. Like I buy a pair of jeans and it's either like a freaking super baggy clothes or it makes it look like I bought skinny jeans. It's like my legs aren't even that big. Like I don't do that many squats or whatever, but it messes me up that much to where it's a thing apparently. I think it may be giving us ETE of our next point. Or the second point. The groomsman chat's starting to go crazy at 11 o'clock on a Wednesday, Thursday night, whatever, for no reason. But yeah, so it's like this tux. It's like, cool, it fits all right. The neck's kind of big. But they also have like one of those weird button extenders on the top button for this thing. So it's like... Can I do my next destination? Oh, I wish I knew this better. I think all these buttons are broken anyways. Yeah. This one broken? Yep, NA. Whatever. Fuck it, we ball. Let's see, let's level off real quick, see what our speed's at. 115 airspeed, 126 ground speed. So we got a 10 knot up the ass still going on. Not too bad. Second leg destination. It was a big triangle on the second one. Because I think Straight Path might be pushing it. So let me look at the name of these airports real quick. So right now we're going to... What's the name of this place? Magdan, Magadan 13 airport, I believe. Maybe. No, that's not where we're going. We're going somewhere. Our second one's like Olesen or something. Well, once we land, I'll do it because we have to do a aircraft switch. Oh no, wait, I was way off there. I was looking at a completely different fucking place. Right now we're going to... I was looking like tomorrow, the next day. Yugaline Kopi or something like that. And the airport's A&A DYR. And then from there we have to go like west almost. A good ways. To like MARKOVO. And then we head southwest, I believe. We'll double check that once we land. Because I have some places marked on my satellite view, but there's also some airports that I have on my satellite view that aren't in the game. So it's like, cool, I can say that we want to go here, but if it's an airport that was built 2 years ago and they started designing this game 3 years ago and putting all the information in, and that airport doesn't exist here. I noticed that with one of them. Yeah, I don't think we're too far, because we're getting near the coast now. I can't quite see land yet. But we're getting there. Why did my video pause on my screen? Weird. Also, 10 people in here. What's going on, guys? Don't be shy. We just talk about helicopters and whatever comes to mind in here. If you have anything you want to chat about, believe me, I can chat. Or if you want me to argue about it, I can argue about it also. I've been given the gift of being able to talk about anything, which apparently is a good thing every once in a while. So, who knows. But if you're in here, feel free to say hey. Say what's up. Drop a like or a comment or whatever. Because we're here, we're getting close to being done with our first lake, which was going to be it for today. If we did the longer path of going to that northern spot. But since we're doing a double trip today, we'll come here, land, we'll establish the path. I'll run and go pee in the FBO, and then we can take off again in something faster, because I think the second leg's going to be a bit more stout. Because I still want to hit bed at a decent time tonight. I got to do some things tomorrow, so... Oop. Let's play the IMC games. Kind of skirting the soup right there. I could still see ceiling above us the whole time. It's not that bad. Also, if you happen to be somebody watching and you live in Australia, and especially if you're on the eastern coast of Australia, and super especially if you're around the Sunshine Coast, go visit Ocean View Helicopters and take a flight. Shout out to those homies. Always there for me. this stream is now sponsored by Ocean View Helicopters in Australia. Which stuff like that, it's like, it makes me wish I could almost do a custom skin, but I know people would take advantage of the custom skin and put some pretty gnarly slurs and profanities on it, which, whatever, I don't care. Nothing offends me, but people do get offended, apparently. But, if I could have, like, video sponsors and put their freaking livery on the helicopter or whatever, like, that'd be sick. That'd be a cool thing to do. Which, I think there's ways to do it with downloaded ones, where I could, like, talk to Cal and Sim and, like, submit a skin and then have that for one that I could download or something. There's ways, but I'm not a modder. So, like, I don't know how to do any of that mod. I barely know how to put stuff in the aftermarket folder here for this thing. We're gonna miss all these fun clouds. Let's kill some altitude and gain some speed. It's like, that'd be a cool way, like, especially if, like, right here, it's like, cool, marketing's not going to go far. You get, like, 6 people watching, and, like, over the course of the stream tonight, I expect, like, 100 people to come in and out here and there. Of course, there are different people where they spend 30 seconds in here, or they spend 30 minutes or 3 hours. Everybody has their own schedules. I'm not here to complain about somebody spending little time or a lot of time in here. It's like, if it's a big streamer, it would be a cool thing to, like, literally put your sponsors on the aircraft that you were doing. I'm going to have to talk to Cal and Sim. I'm going to send them an email about that. Hey guys, give me a way to where I can add a livery to here. Because I don't think Microsoft Flight Sim's going to do it. I don't think they'll give a a custom livery option, just because of the potential for people to abuse the system. Which, don't get me wrong, I'd probably be one of them. I'm not going to lie. But, that'd be a neat thing to do. Well, like, hell, even my channel name, put multi-shop mat on the side of it. Just different ways, like, market yourself or market for people around you, or things that you like or things that you do. Or if I go to tier 1 helicopters here in Georgia for my flight school. And they're super cool. And I'm like, hell yeah, I like them. I want to put their livery and tail number on the R-22 whenever I play with the R-22s after the circumnavigation flights. It's like, cool, why not? Why can't I be allowed to do that? And geography definitely looks different over here. A lot less mountainous. A lot of fucking lakes there, though, if you'd see that. Holy shit. It's like peppered. Looks like some bit of cloud stuff over there. I'm all the way zoomed in on that, so we're not going to see shit on the tablet. I'm surprised they haven't fixed that yet with one of the updates. Okay guys, we're finished playing Gulf of America simulator, where I take people out to the oil rig and I guess they do it Thailand, and I'm done playing oil rig simulator for helicopter transport. It's a pretty good time builder though, without having to do agriculture or mustering or whatever, to where you're working 10, 12-hour days and wearing yourself out. One of the guys I follow on Instagram, Pilot Rick SA, I think. He's done... I think he's full-time with PHI right now, doing Gulf flights. I think he just hit 3,000 hours this week, too. But, I mean, he's getting, like, some days no hours because of the weather, obviously. But, I think he said the other day he had, like, a 7.5-hour day, which isn't bad. Not bad for flying pretty new ships. Not bad for having doing that for a week or two, then being off for a week or two, then doing that for a week or two. Pretty solid hitch schedule. Of course, sometimes you'll be stuck on the water for a day because of weather. But a lot of these oil rigs, I mean, you got, for like lack of better terms, you know, there's a whole bunch of like big, muscular, musty, strong men out there doing this, working the oil rigs and stuff. And guess what? They're hungry and they want food. So usually the food out there is pretty good from what I understand. Where they have full-time chefs that are working out there to feed everybody, and it's steak, chicken, fish, like solidly fresh, good stuff all the time out there. So, not a bad gig doing oil platform stuff. Of course, you have to do a lot of a lot of straight and level over the water, which has its own dangers at the end of the day. Like, if you lose an engine, you gotta go down to an easy set down with the floats, make sure everybody's out in their survival gear and whatever. But water's decently warm surface level out there. We do roughly 1,000 hours a year. It's not bad. And it's such a big switch, I think, because I tell people it's like when you're doing your flight training, you're paying hundreds of dollars to get your hours per hour. And then you say, like, okay, cool, well, my first job I'm only going to make like $32,000 a year, which is nothing. It's like Walmart or fucking McDonald's wages, you know. It's like such an embarrassing amount of money that you make as a flight instructor. You get good hours, though. And what people don't realize is like, okay, cool, those hours that you're getting that you're going to end up using to go to being a utility pilot, being a law enforcement pilot, doing a whatever, like, if I were to try to pay for those 1,000 hours to get to a hireable position, or those 500 hours for like a starter agriculture job or a starter utility job or whatever, it's like, that's going to cost me $250,000 to build myself to 1,000 hours. Because that's saying like, okay, cool, assuming that you're only paying $250 an hour wet for an R-22 for 1,000 hours. And even then it's like, cool, let me go get hired somewhere. Cool, what experience do you have outside of R-22? None. So it's like, it's a lot of money to get into doing that. So like, when you get a job doing instructing or whatever your first low hour job is, you're not just making the $15 or $20 an hour. You're making $15 or $20 an hour for being the instructor, but you're also saving yourself $250 an hour more for the rental cost of having a helicopter to fly around and to build time with. So it's a weird pluser, but still it's like, okay, cool, like that's not a livable wage in any way, shape, or form. And that's not even complaining. That's not me complaining that like, ooh, $70,000, $80,000 a year isn't livable. There are people that live on a lot less. I'm not going to complain about money. I do pretty good for myself when I'm working. But it's like instructor salaries and first job salaries for somebody who's invested over $100,000 to get to a hireable position, which is more than what a lot of people spend to go to 4 years of college, and you're getting a job that's basically minimum wage, is wild. And I do hope that's something that's turned around in the future for all piloting in general. You know, I feel like fixed wing probably suffers from the same stuff. And especially if you're going to a school, and if let's say I go to a tier 1 and I'm paying, I think they actually include instructor costs in the helicopter rental. So we'll say somewhere else. Let's say Prestige, where I think Chuck, who's in here some days, he started at Prestige in Atlanta. So I think they're like $260 an hour rental if you buy in bulk, and then like $80 an hour for your instructor. And I saw another place where it was like 80 for an instructor, 90 for like the chief instructor or an examining instructor or whatever. And it's like, why is that cost per hour not going more to the instructor? If they're worried about turnover rates where it's like, oh man, you're just here to be an instructor to get your 500 hours or to get your 1,000 hours, that way you can go fly tours or something. Why do I want to employ you if you're just going to leave me to go fly tours? It's like, well, I'm going to leave because you're paying me $15 an hour. You're paying me enough to where I can sometimes drive a broken Honda Civic to work and maybe pay for gas, or I'm not picking up pennies in the parking lot. You know, like I'm having to ask my freaking students for tips. Like, it shouldn't be like that. And I feel like it has gotten better recently from what I understand. I've heard stories of a lot of places actually stepping up wages. And so it's not that bad of a problem now, but it was at some point because of just that being a thing, you know. It's cool, it's an entry-level job, we're going to pay you that. I'm like, okay, cool, well, jobs out of college for a job that requires a college degree usually start out decent. That's if you can get the job, obviously. A lot of people get college degrees and they can't get a job for whatever reason, or because the market's saturated or whatever. Like, if you're at the point where you're hiring somebody specifically for that degree, then you're paying them for that degree. And I feel like it should be the same with a helicopter pilot. You know, you're hiring somebody with a license, with a CFI, with a commercial license. You're going to pay them like somebody who would be getting a college graduate sort of degree. They need to be making, if you're still doing it hourly, sure. Because also it depends too. If you have one student flying once a week and they're doing an hour a week because that's all they can afford, you're making $15 a fucking week. So even to say like, cool, paying them $35 an hour is nice. Or if you just want to say, cool, I'm going to put you on salary or whatever, so you're at $1,000 a week as we keep in consistent whatever student. Or if you just say, cool, you're a 40-hour a week dude, be here for 40 hours a week, and we'll just schedule you around whatever your flights are. So maybe one day you do a couple of mornings or whatever, and later in the week you're doing nights, and however it ends up being, it should be in a way to where you're making, I mean, honestly, $1,000 a week minimum. You know, $52,000 a year isn't unreal for somebody as an entry-level helicopter pilot, I would assume. Like, that's well within the means. It's well within somebody spending $100,000 and probably a couple of years of their life going through flight school and having to pay for all that or taking out a loan or whatever. Like, that seems fair to me. What do I know, though? What do I know? I just know I'm somebody who can make, when work's consistent. I mean, 2021, I was in six figures. And it was like, cool, you know, I'm still living below my means and it's still not easy out there. Cool, $100,000 a year, barely enough money to qualify you to buy an entry-level starter home for some reason. But welcome to the world. It's all run by people who don't care about you. You're just cattle and sheep to them. We're just a slave to the man. Welcome to Matt's podcast, where I disguise it as me flying around the world, but I just rant to you guys for multiple hours a night. I mean, but it really is. We're slaves. You know, if slaves were to do their work or whatever, and if they didn't do it, they would get beaten, punished. If we don't go to work, we become homeless, or we get freaking, we don't pay our taxes. We get punished. They just make us where we have to work instead of just giving us food or whatever. That's a lot of work. Make us work for our own food, pay for our own food, then give them tax, and then tax and tax and tax and tax, and rule and rule and rule and rule, and restrict us to where we can't get out of a hole. Are you going to buy your own aircraft and do the training with? I don't think I'm going to do it for my initial training. One, because I think insurance would be absolutely fucking insane to buy an R-22 or whatever with no pilot's license to go into it. So I plan on doing the normal pilot's license, the standard private, with whatever the school's helicopter is. After that, I'll be in the search to purchase an R-22 through my LLC, which, by the way, Multi-Shot Matt is kind of a business, I guess. Considering it like a media business, whatever. You just come back in during my rant, Joe. But, yeah, so once I hit private and work picks up next year, whatever, there's a lot more shows coming in. Then I'll be looking to purchase, and I'll expense it through here because it'll be a purchase for the media and documentation of doing more practical learning and flying helicopters and stuff. Similar to what the Matty LP does, the guy with a little blue R-22 that flies it to McDonald's, flies it to wherever. Like, it'll be similar-ish sort of thing to that, but I'll be doing more of it and more different things. Because at the end of the day, like I've said it before, like the YouTube channel is kind of like my pet project for myself. It's like, I love my viewers, you guys are great, but I also kind of do it for me, for my creative outlet. So it's like, I'll be doing whatever. Cool, I could post a 10-hour video of me flying one day and then like a 50-second short the next day of me teaching you how to hover in a tailwind or something fucking stupid. I don't know. Just walked in on it. Well, what was the rant again, please? Taxes. Oh yeah, I was talking about the low pay of pilots, at least in America. Because usually your first job is a CFI. And like the low pay that a lot of entry-level people get, and then it's all taxed away, and then we're taxed and taxed and taxed, and now we're basically just slaves to the elite level of people that control everything secretly, even though, oh, you're elected or you're not elected, or you're a bureaucracy, or you're just some rich, like, cool, we're all just controlling, we're all just a slave. It's a lot easier to make us work for our own stuff and think that we're getting out of the cycle, but we're really not. Of course, it is easy to break the cycle, you know, and stop paying attention to them, do your own thing, find success out of relying on somebody else. and you can break the cycle and you're out of it, and you're only in it for as much as you pay attention to it. And you can get out of it for as, like, the low cost of, like, just paying property taxes, which I still think is retarded. Why do you pay on something you already own? Same thing with cars. But, yeah, we're all just slaves to the man until you're not. Yeah, also, I could use the helicopter as a tax deduction to purchasing one for the business of multi-shop Matt. So, there's that. Looks like the other side of this mountain range will be our first stop, so we can drop off at the FBO there. Get some cookies since Elaine is not with us today. We're going to throw a little bit of altitude in here before then. I've seen Matty LP. I don't like his approach to maintenance on his aircraft. I've seen a few videos of him doing maintenance and it's questionable. Like using the starter spray to help start the aircraft. It's a big no-no. Yeah, I feel that. Part 91's got up a wild, wild west sometimes for aircraft ownership. I also have absolutely zero idea what it's like operating a gas engine in anything that's like below 20 degrees Fahrenheit, which I guess would be like -4 or 5 degrees Celsius, because I know it gets pretty cold up where they're at. So I don't know if it's just a bad carburetor tune on his setup, or if it's maybe there's something more into it where there's some sort of a manufacturer's note. I've yet to dive into an owner's manual or ask about that. But I do know gas engines and stuff in cold weather is just a fucking pain in the ass. I feel it with some of my old cars and race cars and stuff that I deal with and build and play with. So, let's readjust here for a second. Yeah, if you don't pay them, they take it away from you, which is wild. Breaks down the oil in the air filter. Ah, got it. Well, I mean, that makes sense. Because it's like a flammable, almost like a brake cleaner, which is used to remove oil and stuff off brake rotors and whatever. Of course, way different than that, but I mean, I've used brake cleaner for starting fluid in cars and lawnmowers and motorcycles and whatever. So, are all aircraft filters oiled filters? Because I mean, I know in the automotive industry we do have dry filters that we can use, and not just like OEM filters, like aftermarket performance filters that are dry. Like K&N has a dry series, AEM has dry. There's a handful of different dry filter companies. Let's see if I can steer with my knees for just a second. Need 2 hands to tighten on the mouse. There we go. Cool. Okay, back in it. But yeah, so I do plan on owning one day. Like I said, similar style ownership to him, as far as me and I've talked to him a few. I was actually messaging him today. But cool guy. Every time I talk to him, super helpful. Any questions I have. But yeah, similarly, like use a helicopter for something more than what most people see. Most people see helicopter as it's the police, it's the EMS. If you're in California, it's firefighters or search and rescue. So few people see it in a utility style world, or helicopter tours also. People see it as tour stuff. But most people, when they see helicopters in a private ownership standpoint, it's a very rich, luxurious, cool, we're in this nice H-130 that's completely tricked out. Or we're in this 145, or we're in this completely super sick Dolphin, or whatever, a 109 that's all leathered out with reclining seats. Something silly, And I think it'd be neat to bring more normalcy to the ownership and to the use of it. Because I have businesses around me that are open to helicopters landing some of the crews that I work with, they're open to having a spot in parking for me to land one, because I do live a bit away from work a lot of times. Breaking the air for the goose, making it brittle and it could break. Really seems like it should be considered theft if they take it away from you. Yeah, exactly. The R22 and R44 filter oil like a dirt bike filter. Gotcha. Yeah, it's wild. You don't pay your property taxes, they can fucking set all your stuff out for auction on the courthouse steps and auction your property off. Just because you didn't pay $4,000 in taxes, $5,000, $10,000 in taxes one year. I was like, cool. I paid, like, my friend. He paid $380,000 for his house and property, and his property tax like $7,000 a year. It's like, cool. If I don't pay these guys like $800, $900 a month, whatever it is, they take away my home that I've already paid in full, and that I don't have a mortgage on. Like, how dumb is that? Especially like a big thing here in Georgia is a lot of property taxes go to your county, which goes to the school system. So you're paying for a public school. What if you don't have a kid? What if you're retired? What if you have a fixed income? Because you worked a job as a person from the 40s until the 1990s or whatever. So you did 50 years of work and you're trying to enjoy retirement. But guess what? Wages weren't that much back then. And maybe you didn't invest or whatever, so you're only making a super fixed income, and they're charging you thousands of dollars a year on property taxes because of the cost of stuff going up. It's ridiculous. I thought airplanes were expensive, then found out what helicopters cost to maintain. Helicopters go bad or expire just sitting there. Lots of snow. Damn right, the person. I think it's dumb. The gov just loves it. Oh yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. When you look at the amount of taxes out there, it's infuriating. Like, I don't want to say I get worked up talking about it, but y'all can hear, like, my voice raises when I start talking about it, because I'm libertarian in the mind that, like, I don't want to pay taxes, because I don't think the government should really exist in any sort of form where they require me to pay taxes. I don't mind having one little bit of government there to kind of, like, make sure that kind of like all the bigger things are running right, you know? But they really shouldn't have any say over your life. If whoever's in charge can make your life bad, then they have too much power. And that's the thing at the end of the day. It's like everybody wants to talk about presidential stuff and, oh, this person won, this person lost. Or if whoever is president affects you to the point to where you want to move and leave the country because things are so bad, then that person has too much power. If Congress or if the Supreme Court has that much power to where they can ruin your life, then they have too much power over you. That's my general view on stuff. It's like, I don't say I'm pro-drugs, but it's also like let people make up their own fucking bad decision. Keep them off the road. Oh yeah, they price you out of a home just in taxes. That's so common. Like, that's one thing I'm looking at when I'm looking at, like, property and stuff to buy. It's like, it makes me almost glad a couple of years ago I almost bought 108 acres for $275,000. And I'm pretty glad I didn't right now. I would have loved to have it. Of course, like, if I'd had it, I'm a man. It's like, okay, cool, I'll figure it out. But right now, work's slow, and I'd be like, man, I don't know if I can afford payments or mortgage or whatever this year. Or especially on property taxes on 108 acres. Oh. That's like, why do I need to be priced out of owning something because I can't afford to pay you every year for something that I own? And even then, it's like, sometimes I don't mind my money disappearing or being taken out of my check before I get it. Oh, Chuck, that's you in here. I just kind of read the comments down there, and I was... No, wait, I read Joe's, because Joe said it, and you came back in. So yeah, welcome, Chuck. So on the federal government position, I've always had this idea of like, of course, term limits, obviously, but if like kind of a soft idea of that every government entity or whatever that you get hired or elected as a government official, if you have any stocks in anything, they should all be liquidated and then turned into like a, at least for the United States, like a USA stock, to where any business that's based here in the United States is in this fund or ETF or whatever. So that way every decision you make is purely benefiting the companies in the US. So I think that would be a good start. So it's not just like, okay, cool, well, I have a lot of interest in this. It's like, cool, your interest is evenly distributed between American companies. Period. Also, I think if you're an elected official, you shouldn't be able to like profit like you see all the people now where they're making this super huge whatever. Anyways, like this is one of my more extreme ideas, and it'd be a very, very hard thing to pull off. But if you don't have X amount of like approval rating at the time you leave like office, you get publicly executed. It's like, cool, you're gonna do the best by everybody, which I'm perfectly okay with people taking like a neutral position on something. Like, cool, I'm not gonna make up my mind on A or B or C or whatever, because it's such like a divisive split down. It's like, if you're a good person and you just do the absolute best you can do, and you just be like the best all around light guy, lower taxes, try to bring jobs into where people can work and people can be happy or whatever, then you have a good approval rating and you don't get publicly executed on live TV afterwards. Oh yeah, the ag exemption, that was one thing. When I was looking at that piece of property, I was going to do a section off a few acres for the home plot and the driveway and whatever else, then put the other 100-ish acres on an agriculture thing, because it had just been logged for trees like a year before. So our family had a family farm, got annexed by the city. City taxes got so high it had to be sold. It was my favorite place growing up. I drive by now and it makes me sad. Yeah, that's so fucking upsetting. Okay, whatever airport you are, what's it called? Ugly Airport. This is helicopter 420. Wait, Fockwagon? Yeah. Foxtrot Whiskey. We are a couple of miles to your east right now. We are inbound. Get your FBO ready. We ate Taco Bell that was left over in the back of the helicopter here, so we don't know what we're going to be doing in here. But also, the stream is not over yet, so I see I've got 10-ish people in here watching right now. We're going to land. We're going to take a bathroom break in the FBO. And when I say that we're going to end this flight and back out, then we're going to come in with a different helicopter and do a second leg tonight to get further the past couple of days. But I was doing some scuba diving stuff and sunken boat type recovery things, and I did not stream the past couple of nights, so I kind of want to make up time. I don't know if I want to do a full leg for this second leg. We might split the middle and do like an hour and a half to like a midpoint, which is like directly west from here. But I want to do a little bit more flying tonight. But we'll see. We'll plan all that out after we get out of the FBO's shitter. Figure out what this airport looks like. It looks like all the things are down here on the south. Hey guys, we're going to be staying east of your active, and we're just going to kind of blow off the shingles of your lower income housing here by the runway. collective and pull back up on it right over their house. Suck it, dudes. There's our bit of a ramp over there, but we got more ramp down here, which is where we're going to go. We're down to like 69 knots. Nice. It almost looks like a little helipad right there, doesn't it? But we're going to look for the fuel box. Can tell if it's straight ahead or over there. The fuel box is like white. Whoa, hello. A little PC-12. Those are just trees there. Fuel box straight ahead. That's where we're going. I gotta remember this is not the H125 that comes factory. This is the Cowan Sim model, so it handles slightly differently. But at the end of the day, if you're twisting left, you click or you push right. You know, it's a little bit of sideways flying because we all like the chance of dynamic rollovers. It's always fun. There we go, nice and easy. My throttle actually works in this one instead of just being a click on, click off like the one that comes for the, or with the game. I'll turn that down to idle-ish. Be quiet, nobody cares. Horn off. P-toad off. Landing lights are off. I got a button on my cyclic. Avionics off. Engine start off. We're going to shut fuel down. That was plenty of cooldown time. It's a rental anyways. There's a really positive aspect of flying in a helicopter. You can actually land if you had to in most cases. Oh yeah. Running real-time weather night. Oh yeah. Well, see, now we're also like far enough to the west now, where I'm not flying at sunset or in the middle of the night in our country. So it makes it nicer to do all of this, you know. My rotor brake not work? Nope, guess not. So we'll just pretend the rotor brake has been used. And you are on too. Okay, cool. So Shift C. This completes our first leg. We have an FBO over there. I'm going to let you guys go run over there real quick. But we're going to call this good for this leg. I'm going to go use the restroom in the FBO myself. I go first. I'm the pilot. I earned it. All of you can go after me. But we're going to come back and we're going to do a bit more tonight. So I'll be back in just a few minutes. You guys have fun. All right, let me end this flight real quick. Lock it in. In flight, lock it in. Give ourselves a non-VR screen. Boo! Welcome back. Hope everybody enjoyed their break. We are recentering our view and getting back into it. So we are here, fuel box-ish. Look, there's our helicopter. I'm actually going to set us just off the fuel box. On ground, shut down. And one we have not done yet in stream, one that I've paid for, is the H160. Did we do the 160? No, we did the 225 across the, yeah. Where am I? What am I doing? Okay, let's see. Then we got another message in here. Looks like Chuck. Yeah. Last time we once demonstrate a confined area landing in a small field surrounded by trees just so he could get out and take a leak. Hell yeah. Honestly, that's funny as shit, and I approve of that. There's actually a Instagram page called Scenic Pisses, where it's people taking pisses in scenic places. And I saw a Black Hawk crew post where they were somewhere scenic and they were taking a piss. And I was like, is this going to be a Scenic Pisses submission? They're like, we didn't even know that page existed, but it is now. Did we do the 160, guys? Did we fly the 160? I don't think we did. I've messed around in it. Like feeling stuff out and making sure like all the systems work since it's a downloaded model. But I don't think we've flown the 160 on stream yet. I want to go back to, I want to do civil because they have some different looking liveries here. Kind of want this red stripe. It looks kind of sick. I like that. Cool. And it's fast, which that's my big thing right now. Because if we can do a full extra day's worth of flying, that's even cooler. But if not, I at least want to do this half one. Okay, if you haven't seen the 160, then we haven't done it because you've been here every day since... I think you've been here every day since Alaska started. I think that's when you got in. I don't think you're in mainland US. Or you might have been like end of Canada beginning into Alaska. No, because it was right before Anchorage that you came. Because you jumped in the chat midway on our Anchorage finishing day. So our ultimate goal is to get... Where's our ultimate goal? I would like to get down here to Sokol. Set as a rival. But as you can see, that's a long way. Actually, I think there's another one that's over here somewhere. Is there another one in this area? Let me check my Google Maps. 160 is a cruising machine. Okay, so right now we're way up here. Russia's fucking huge. We're at Andir currently. So there was a place that I wanted to go, but it's not on the maps. Let me show you where that was. It was actually right here. If you look on your Google satellite or whatever, there's this cove area right here. There's this little lake here that's kind of like a letter N. And just above it, there's a river. And above the river, right... Let's see, there's another one coming down. So right in this area, somewhere, there's an airport. But it's not shown here because I think it's a newer airport. So we have to find some other... That was going to be an ending place for one of these days. So as far as other ending places goes, the big thing is I'm looking for green airports, which means it's a paved runway. Oh, there's also this one here. That would be a good one to go to. Tilichinki? What's that look like on satellite view? Because like I said, it's kind of my, not MO, but it's what it needs to be for me to consider it to be a landable spot, you know? Where is that? Southern end of that peninsula, inside of one of the cutouts. Let's see, there's a wide one, there's there. Chinky, there it is. There's a lot of helipads there, and I see turbine-powered helicopters. The runway looks like shit. The runway looks like garbage, I'll say that now. But it looks like it's basically a helicopter's airport. I mean, there's a handful of big MI helicopters there. So we could call it that. That's an option. And that's at the end of our range if we go straight. But the thing with that is, we don't have anywhere in between that's a viable place to land. We have a couple of heliports kind of around, but like some of these little towns that we're flying over that says they have heliports, there's nothing as far as the map's concerned. Yeah, so like that's just a piece of land. That's not a fuelable heliport to me. So what I'm looking for is somewhere that's usable. What's this one here? Which I'll let you guys decide. If we can Google Maps, I want to have one safety stop in between here and here, or here and here. Well, we're going to have to stop regardless for this trip. But it's a matter of finding what safety stop that's going to be, because we can go straight west and stop at Markovo here. And we can top off there, and that will get us down further. Anyways, there's going to have to be weird jumps anyways through this bit just because of how things are, you know, distances. Rural Russia is a thing, apparently. No, I don't want to see airports in Georgia. I'm literally zoomed in on Russia. I know it's confusing. Yeah, so there's really nothing. So I kind of think we have to fly directly west to Markovo, whatever it is. And then we can either fly south down to Tiki Tiki or southwest and make our way down. But I think Tiki Tiki is going to be a more reasonable option, because we're just looking at straight distances available and such a lack. Yeah, fly like I would in real life. That's kind of my my thought process. Because like I said, I'm looking at some of these and like either the satellite imagery is so bad that I can't tell. Like there's one that's north of Iki Iki. Up northwest. God, the way that's pointing car or something. Not even that one. I don't even see it shown on here. Let's see what that is. Anka something. Ayanka. So look in Kaya, whatever it is. Let's see what it looks like town-wise. Only dirt roads. I see something that resembles maybe a grass strip. Maybe a helipad. But I don't think that's a viable place to stop. Yeah, that's maybe the grass strip, maybe the helipad there, and there's like a town right there. But I'm sure that's kind of what it's there for, though, for this transfer. But I think that Markov, whatever it is, where is it at? It's like directly west. Yeah, here it is. Nope, that's Lima something. Why do these dots have to be so damn hard to see against a white background? Where are you? Omelin? No, there's a film name. Nope, that's the one we just looked at. Crap, where did it go? Guys, where's the airport? There it is, there it is, there it is, there it is. Which I don't want to do I don't want to do an ad. So that puts that in line for us. We can top off on fuel there. And that will either get us down to here, depending on what our fuel usage is. And then we can jump to here. But we'll just play it like that. Like I said, if anything, it's midnight for me. We should be out here in 35 minutes. It shouldn't be that much of a bad trip. Maybe a little bit longer, maybe 45 minutes. Yeah, anyway, that's all we can do. We can either do that, or if we need to, we can diverge south. Actually, I'm going to delete this part. We're not going to make this tonight. Is that a green one there? No. Tiki Tiki would be our final tonight if we do anything. Set as arrival. Nope. Add. Because it's so much unknown in between here and here to call that my fuel, which I'm sitting at full distance on the fuel thing right now, I believe. And that's a dangerous, yeah. I'm not even going to try to up that anymore. I'll do it once we get in there. That'd be such a dangerous leg to even think about attempting to do that I don't think that's worth it. Because like I said, I got my rule here where if something goes wrong, then we're starting over that day again, or since the last saving point. So yeah, that'll be fine. It literally just looks like you're slapping your keyboard, Tom. It doesn't look like you're typing any real words there. I'm sure there are some operators out there that have Jet A in different places, but they're not registered airports, or they're not legitimate airports, or they're not shown that way. Like I said, I'm sure there are places that have it, because there are places that need it. No, you're supposed to be on the ground, shut down, try again. Yep, this is going to spawn us in the air real quick. You ready? Yep, see. Don't check power. Maybe you freaking messed up how you spawned. It's not my fault. Look at Bergoskisky. B-E-R-I-N-G. We'll see if it gives it to me. bearing Ovisk. OV. SKIY. Skorfsky. Looks like an oil town or something. Let's see. I see something kind of away from town. Long road. That's on the end of that peninsula. Airport. My phone's not even bringing up anything in Biskorskity. Which I don't even think it showed on the thing unless it just showed a helipad or something. Yeah, I am kind of down for some mountain flying though, because it's different than coastal, which we've been doing for the past couple of days. Who are you? Okay, guys, welcome to the Hype Performance H160. Move my phone a little bit that way. Beautiful helicopter. The rotor brake apparently doesn't fucking work. Who are you guys? No. No, I don't want you in here. I'm gonna end flight and see if that's something I can change in the tablet. And while we're here, let's look at Biskorskides. Yeah, it gives me a helipad over here. But it doesn't give me a... Because that's a town that's like right here-ish. So I satellite view that and go up in the mountains just a wee bit. Kind of takes me to Akbileklantum or whatever it is. Yeah. Okay. Reset that. Fuel box. Set as departure, on ground, shutdown. Good. Set as arrival. I don't care where. We'll add. I don't want to add the airport. I want to add just near the airport. Fuel box probably, yeah. Add. Let's see. Tab. Aircraft. Flight planner. Oh, wait a second. I could do it. Configure. Fuel. Give me all she's got. I hate the way this fuel slider works. It's a pain. Manage mass. Cargo. 0 seats. 0. Except for the pilot seat. £200. Man meat. Fuel full. Mass. Load an aircraft. I guess if we have passengers, we have passengers, but it's set to 0 mass. Saving back. Cool, that's good to go. Start flight. Also, there's like a pretty big storm. It looks like east of Russia. So that's something we will have to worry about tomorrow, most likely. Or the next day. Come on, load in. You just did it a few minutes ago. No big deal. Nope, not gonna work. Ain't gonna work. See? Vortex. I'm not in Vortex. I'm not even in the fucking helicopter. Here, crash so we can respawn. Oh no, I beat you to it. Restart. Oh, interesting. Put me on this screen? Do we have a full death here of the game? Maybe? No. Oh, look at that. Where's my mouse? And crap. Okay, whatever. Shift C. Let's get my seating position right. Welcome to the H-160. Let's go. No other way. Other way. On. Okay. Get all that running. This is money, boys. Look at the sexy blades on this thing. Oh! Rotor RPM low. Really? Never would have thunk. Never would have thunk. Let's see. Engine oil, hydraulics, da-da-da-da-da. That's good, that's good, that's good. So reset those real quick. All that should be on. That's on. Float wipers. Cool. I'm happy. Let's give her a shot. Move you to idle. I guess we're starting 2 first. Going to 1. Make sure I'm pushing forward on my stick so we don't freaking pick up and crash for no fucking reason. Okay, generators can go on now. Emergency generator can go on. Engines are at idle. My autopilot's still turned off. We're going to turn that on even though we're not going to use it. So right now we're still idling. No big deal. All the checks are going good. I can turn on all my flight systems here. Let's see. Okay, cool. I'm pretty happy. Let's toss that on map. We'll put you on weather. Oh, damn it, I can't do weather. Plus you on map as well, might as well. So you can stand by, you can stay on standby. I don't need you. Turn those bad boys up to flight there. Assume this airport again. You're gonna show me the name? Whatever you are. Helicopter 420 Foxtrot Whiskey with a load of people for some reason. We are gonna work our way out of your area here real quick if y'all don't mind. We're gonna be departing and heading directly to the west. Taking off from your ramp. We are topped off on fuel. We are good to go. Cool guide takeoff, what do you say? As we're moving forward, and we're just gonna slowly pick up. Everything seems to be in the green. We'll start leaning into it. And now that we're moving, we can say gear up. Look at. Dang. What up? Also, the freaking angle on the tail rotor is so sick. Yeah, now we're into it. Let's go. Scratch my eye a little bit to annoy you guys with some shaking. Let's get rid of our cheater brackets once I fix my eye. Okay. Good to go. Already cruising at 120. Are you like the Russian lane? Or you're a bit more attractive, but I don't know. I will say that's one thing with the hype group helicopters. As soon as you hit the 500 foot per minute descent, you start getting a much more choppy sound for sure. Okay, I want to zoom out on this one. Who's texting me? Already at 140, just like it's nothing. A little bit. I'm still sitting a little bit short. There we go. That feels more like it. What we're gonna call Russian Elaine. She doesn't look too enthused, but the angry face kind of gets me excited. So we need a cool name for Russian Elaine. 12 of you guys in here right now. Elaine's our normal co-pilot. We don't like her. But now that we have somebody else, we need to come up with a name for her. Which that may only be a 160 thing. But if we can come up with a cool name for other Elaine, let's come up with a cool name for other Elaine. I'm sure they don't have too much of a concept of it, but imagine living in a place making like $10,000 a year and then a $10 million helicopter like just casually cruises over. No big deal. Yeah. Jane? Jane's not bad. What else? That sounds more Russian. Hey, Jane. Look at me. Come here. I don't know. I don't know if Jane's hitting with me. We'll try a few on. We have a little bit of flight time today, so we'll see what fits. Let's see what cool buttons we have in here. An ACS mute. Yep. Doesn't do anything exciting. Don't even know what that button does. Nose wheel steering lock. We can fix our freaking angle. Goodness. Matt, fly the fucking helicopter. Stop looking at buttons, you idiot. You're welcome. Okay, 3-ish thousand feet, not bad. And for anybody that's new and watching, wondering, man, why is this guy so fucking wiggly? One, my chair isn't comfortable, so I have to readjust. Two, my peripherals don't self-center. So if I'm literally flying around the world with my hand on the cyclic the entire time. So anytime that I move around, my cyclic happens to move with me. So that's just part of it. Luckily, collective and pedals just kind of stay where you put them, but the cyclic I've got to deal with. So that's my cross to bear and your barf bags to fill. But just remember, I'm the one that's in VR and feeling like I'm actually in it, so if anybody has the excuse to get sick, it's me. Cool helicopter though, I just love these things. These 160s are so cool. You make it to Tiki 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 or whatever it's called, you would have flown 700 miles. Just on this leg or like for the entire night tonight? And are you just tossing me in for a flight to see what it says? What even are Russian names for women? I have no fucking clue. Literally never thought about it. Total. From Provideniya. 700 miles ain't bad for a night. Like I said, I know it's a long ass haul for tonight, so we'll see what I feel like when we get to Markolov or whatever the hell we're going to now. But I wanted to do more than just a normal distance tonight since I missed 2 nights because I was just dog ass tired from doing the scuba stuff. But scuba stuff's fun, so I'm not going to complain too much, you know. Had a good time. Gonna make a decent little check from it. So, it works out. 150 knots, just cruising. Only using 70% power. Let's ask for a little bit more power. What do you say? No, I'm gonna keep my speed up. Dude, this thing's just a fucking mover. I'll tell you that. This is a fast fucking helicopter. Katharina. See, I can't just say Jane or Katharina or whatever. Catherine or gotta figure out how to pronounce it where it sounds Russian. It's like I can think of like a Russian last name, you just add like a sky or a ski or something on the end. But to sound Russian for a first name, I don't even know. Like Kat's not bad, like Katarina. No, I've got like Polish way back somewhere in my family tree. So you would think that I would like have some sort of concept of names that were similar, but really not. We got like Matt, Mike, John. All just typical white family names or whatever. A little bit of IMC-ish sort of conditions, but not too bad. I'm going to do a corrective maneuver while in IMC. Not corrective because of the IMC, but corrective to just get me back closer to my line. This is such a good flying helicopter. I don't want to jinx myself, but I mean, as long as there's no mountains here, which we're over the water, I'm not really worried too much about getting in the soup here, you know. Besides, I'd rather freak out my passengers and stuff. Katarina. Oh, silly ass cloud. Looked like the letter E. E. How did that letter become a meme Markiplier for so long? You know, for somebody who took Russian, when I say I took Russian, I attempted to study Russian for like 2 years using Duolingo, but you just don't have anybody to practice with, which is what makes it hard. You know, for the planet being 70% water, for us not having to do that much water stuff, not that bad of a deal. Like, I'm sure I'll get tired of it again, south side of Japan. Because I think we're going to R22 all the way through Japan, honestly. There's so much to see there. And, like, maybe we do a 206. Or like a 206B3 on one of the days. Or stop, trade out to a 206, do Fiji. Because the R22 just, I've tried it before. It fights you trying to go up Fiji. But I kind of want to R22, at least with the main island of Japan. Just because it's slow, there's a billion places to go freaking bounce around and look and check out, so I think that might be worth it. Chuck, see ya. I'll see you next time. Watch out for granite clouds. R66 to Japan, yeah. I still need to check to see if I can figure out the startup procedure here in the game. It wasn't running right where it wouldn't start. Like, I even tried the Bell 407 again today, because you saw that the thumbnail for today's video was the Bell 407, but you still can't cold start it. Turn everything on. You can even do all the checks and everything. Like, you can run it as exactly precise as you want to for realism. Click the starter. The N1 never makes it past 14. I think I just see like 11. I don't think I've seen higher than 14. But even because you're supposed to click the click over to idle like around 16 to 18% N1, I think. But even at whatever level it stops off for needing throttle, I click the throttle on, nothing. The 206s, it starts at fine, because those are aftermarket. Maximum speed, shut up, we're just trying to make up time here. Look, retreating edge blade stall means nothing. Nothing, it's all made up. Yeah, so it's super annoying because a 407 is such a cool helicopter, you know? I mean, they're all cool, don't get me wrong. But the 407 is neat. It's like a good mix of utilitarian, like, basic equipment, but also can be refined in such a way that it can be a VIP ship. And the 4 blades on it sounds pretty mature when it's coming at you. So with the R66, I can't remember exactly the startup procedure without looking at the gauge stack or anything. But you do battery on, you can do any of your checks you want to, but the checks don't matter as far as the startup in the sim goes. You know, it's not, if you don't do a freaking light check or whatever, it's not going to prevent you from starting. Like you see, I almost never do a check on this game because my mentality on this is it's rentals, and I also know there's a lot of different versions and iterations of helicopter, so I don't want to lean myself into one starting procedure. So now I do just enough to get it running, but whenever I start flying for real, I want to actually focus on legitimate startup procedures. But click the starter, you let the speed start getting on, the ignition turns on, and then fuel, I think. It's not like these where you turn the ignition on, the fuel on, and then you have the starter going. I'm pretty sure it's starter, ignition, fuel, and then throttle. I forget what it is. Anyway, it's on the startup thing or whatever. But anyways, it just doesn't progress past that. I know they released a patch here recently, or maybe something with my aftermarket stuff that I have added on to the game that just doesn't play well with it. I don't know. But whenever we decide to finish up for the night, whether it be this first stop or we make the full leg all the way down to Tiki, we'll hop over and I'll follow it by the book and see if it works. Last time I tried was like 2 or 3 weeks ago, but I know the beta's hit since then, so who knows. And I've also downloaded other stuff since then, so maybe something corrected and uncorrected itself while I was fighting all of this stuff to get the VR and streaming working. So who knows, maybe it's self-corrected since the whole program's been reloaded at the end of the day. Or maybe it was just some weird little glitch thing, who knows. But anyways, it was not following startup procedures for whatever reason. Which is like, okay, cool, I've got plenty of other helicopters and I really, really want to do an R66 and it's still not doing the startup procedures for me. Sure, I can just spawn in it already running. That's not that big of a killer for me. Although I prefer to do cold starts. But I think Cowan Sim also has a 66 model, so I could always just buy that for like 20 bucks or something, whatever it is. But it's not a end of the world thing, really. Y'all didn't just hear your pilot yawn, so don't even your heads don't even move when I jerk the cyclic. How unrealistic. Oop, starting to get fast. Correct that. Like I said, my cyclic doesn't self-center, so when I turn around, it may tend to push forward. But yeah, also kind of not mad about using the H160 right now, or doing this with a 222 Bravo or the Airbus 225 or Chinook or something, because kind of like those Alaskan legs with the Chinook, it was like, it's going to be a whole bunch of not a lot, so it's kind of nice to get some speed through it and get down to the nicer areas to fly in. It was like R66, or not R66, but H160, come on. Hot damn, what a good looking helicopter. And peel off. Except I can't see how much I'm actually doing that when I'm outside. That's one thing about a third person flying. You cannot fucking tell how much of an angle you're putting into it. So let's correct that back out real quick. And also let me do Okay, cool. Here we go. And back to texting and driving. Let's see. Key enable, battery strobe on, throttle close, click starter button, N1 to 15, and MGT 150 degrees, mixture, and watch MGT rise, make sure it doesn't hot start, N1 stable, 60-65 gen on. Yeah, that sounds... Like I said, I've done it by... Because they have a checklist whenever you open the tablet. It's not in the map there. But they have a full startup... The checklist is in there for at least the factory installed helicopters. Not in this one, obviously. Like, I've run it by theirs. I've looked up the real one online from an R66 manual or the R66 checklist, whatever. Found a couple of different pictures and tried all those, and it just didn't play along correctly. Like I said, I also don't see that being a surprise for the fact that the 407 is a helicopter they've literally had in the game since '95. Yet they released their newest, latest, and greatest one, and it just straight up won't start. And it's a known issue that they've admitted that it's an issue. So it doesn't surprise me that the 66 is giving me issues, and I know some other people have had issues as well. Like, what does Russia do with this land? Like, what is there... I mean, obviously nobody lives out here, but like, what is there to do? Like, what... Like, I know there's a lot of empty space in America, but it's... I guess this is just equally uninhabitable. It just happens to be a bigger uninhabitable area. Or there's just less people or money or reasons for people to move to uninhabitable areas and make them habitable-ish. Maybe. Okay, 4,000 feet, that's good. I like that. We'll throw a little bit more collective in here and level off-ish around here. But also, since we are making our way towards Japan within a week or so, if anybody watching has suggestions on places or things to see, I know Japan's a very, very landmark full area. Also, don't mind me wiggling. I'm adjusting my seat. I got to invest in a new seat. This old office chair is not gonna fly for another 80 days. But yeah, if you have suggestions of places to go to Japan or anywhere between here and Japan that's realistic to get to and not a billion miles out of the way, then if it works, I don't mind putting it on the flight list. It can be on the route, or we can make it part of the route, or we can do a little dive off of the flight director to go see something. So if anybody has any ideas, let's see. Right now, I do not have plans for Australia, just because it's such a deep, I won't say deep detour. It's probably a 15-day ad, I would think, for at least how much I'm doing. You know, if I'm doing 10 hours a day every day, then sure, it's like a 2-day detour. But with me doing 2 to 4 hours a night, it's almost a 10 to 15, if not more, episode detour. But I'll be looking more into it to see how deep I could get into it if I went down there, playing Papua New Guinea and stuff to jump down. Because right now, instead of diving directly directly west off of Japan, I plan on following their southern island chain all the way down before hopping over to like Hong Kong or Taiwan or whatever. But since I'm be heading down that way, that does put me a lot closer than what some of the more traditional around the world routes have been. For the few people that have been fucking dumb enough to do this in a helicopter in real life. But it might be on the list because I can then say I hit all the continents except for Antarctica. Or I also didn't hit South America. And that would be a hell of a detour to get down to South America, to add that as on here as well. Currently, the general planned route. Let me zoom out my Google Maps a little bit. Current-ish planned route, Japan, follow the island chain down to Taiwan, jump over to China once I hit that Taiwan bit, and then Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, Myanmar, like the Bangladesh-ish area, Nepal, and then heading up that way and kind of going through Afghanistan, Iraq, or a little bit of, no, I don't think we're, Afghanistan, Iran, jump over to Saudi, look at some of the cool stuff there, then Egypt, see the pyramids, Benghazi, jump up to Greece, then do a little bit of a European thing to the UK, and then island hop back to the US. So that's the current planned route. Is that the guy that I've seen on YouTube where they were, I won't say testing or training somebody, but they were testing or training somebody. They were going to do a to New Zealand flight or something just to do like longer over the water training. I remember watching something about a Australian either Airbus H125 or 130 or something like that where they were planning an around the world thing. I don't remember exactly though, but it might be the same guy I'm thinking of. Of course I don't know him, it's just something I've seen on socials. But yeah, that's my current planned route, so it's not too out of the question to come down, but I don't know how long of a... I'd kind of have to drop a few more pins and guesstimate what the, I don't want to say a detour, but what that reroute would be. Because there's not a way off the northwest side of Australia, is there? It's kind of like more like northern. Let me zoom in over there. Kind of. So yeah, I could like Papua New Guinea in and basically circumnavigate Australia, or do your East Coast stuff, kind of cut through the middle and hit your big rock. Then jump the Timor Sea up to Indonesia. Then swing up through Malaysia. So that is a possibility. And since you're here fucking every stream now, it'd kind of be rude not to, you know? Yep, JP has already gone from Australia to New Zealand in his 130. Cool. Yeah, same guy I'm thinking of then. It'd be a neat thing to do, is like, I'm sure, fly around the world in an airplane. People have done it before. I mean, there's people who've crossed, I think in the Sling Kit aircraft, there's a dude who crossed, or a couple of people who crossed the Atlantic in one here recently to come up to Oshkosh this past year, which is a neat, or skim across the top. Well, I'd have to go down the Sunshine Coast to fucking swing by. Like, like I don't have to go to Columbus, Georgia, where Georgia Plane Spotting's from, or where his home airport is. I think he lives in Mears, but I don't think he's in Columbus. I don't have to go down there to complete my around the world, but I'm going to swing by there anyways, even though it's going to be an hour detour there and up or whatever. And I even plan on adding Florida to it because I want to go down and do Florida, see the coast, because I have a lot of friends and stuff down there anyways, and places that I know, because I can kind of tour guide myself. Ooh, that was a really weird shift in the view. I can kind of tour guide myself around areas that I'm familiar with. So instead of me talking about the same events over and over and over again, or just discussing my day, or whatever we get into, I can actually play tour guide of some different areas. So I don't mind going to Florida for that. Let's see, there's a 17-year-old kid flying away to around the world right now. Oh, nice. Like, I see stuff like that, I'm like, man, I could do that. But it's like, I'm way too old now to be the youngest person to do just about anything. I think all the youngest person to do this, youngest person to do that, I think all those are way past what I'm able to do. But whatever, I'm not exactly concerned with it. And 182 is not bad. Is he doing it solo? Or does he have somebody flying with him to keep him company? Because that's a wild trip to do solo at 17. I mean, it's wild to do at any age, really, if you think about it. For us, we've got some age to us, we're not in our fucking teens. So for me, whenever I go to a different place, it's easier for me to adapt and talk to people and problem solve and figure that stuff out. Solo, shit. But I feel like solo at 17, like, of course you have to be mature as shit to get a pilot's license anyway. There's a lot of work that goes into that, and getting the hours to be comfortable to where you can do that is a big thing as well. But I just feel like older people are so much more adept to it, or maybe it's just me as a person. I feel like when I was 18 or whatever years old, there was places I went alone. I drove out of state a handful of times and go to places, and like, I'd figure it out. It's not hard to exist in other areas. It just feels young, Doing it to raise money for cancer treatment. Nice. This helicopter flight around the world is now sponsored by that kid's flight around the world for cancer. If you want to go donate, go find him. Toss it in there. Me, I'm doing it because I'm bored. At least he has a reason why he's doing it. Pop my neck a few times. Settle back in. Stop complaining. You're riding in a $10 million helicopter. You live in Russia. I don't want to hear it. There you go. You enjoy that, losers? Okay, locking in. Let's go. Don't over-torque me. It's your own fucking fault. It's stuff like that that does make me wish I had I won't say better peripherals, because these peripherals are great. They work great. They're super sensitive, so I can, of course, change the sensitivity and stuff on all these. But they work fucking fantastic. But I do kind of wish I had a more advanced, like, Vipral setup or whatever, so that way I could have something locked off on autopilot, or have everything where it's self-centered, but it doesn't give me like a detent to where it's stuck in the center. I want to still have that small maneuvering and all that ability to play around with. Because I know there's one of my friends, he does it with a Thrustmaster HOTUS setup, which is just like a joystick with little pedals and a throttle quadrant, usually used for airplane stuff. But on the Collective, you map it to your throttle, so you move the throttle up, the Collective up, or whatever. But there's like a detent in the middle, and I don't think it with the I think it's just with the throttle quadrant. There's a detent, so when you're in the middle and zeroed out, and you're trying to move around in little areas where it's like, okay, cool, I need to be very careful around 50-60% power or whatever, it'll detent and lock itself in those things, so it's hard to do very small collective maneuvers. How far till Markovy? Let's see if I can look at something without crashing. We're about halfway there from where we took off. Kind of over that lake bit. I really wish I could lean down further and like get a better view of this. 109 nautical miles. I think that's distance till... It did say 110 a second ago. If it says 108 here in a little bit, then we'll know it's counting down. Come on, give me some more speed. Let's see this number count down. Obviously, I'm not an expert with the Garmin 750 system. 108 nautical. Yeah, so we're about 100 nautical miles away. A little bit over. Cruising anywhere between 120 and 160, depending on how much I'm paying attention to what I'm doing, or if I'm scratching my balls or reading chat. I wonder in the sim how many people have flown over like this region. It can't be many. Like, I'm sure people have like kind of done some weirder, longer treks or whatever and explored, but I don't feel like this is a very popular path. So let me kind of hop flight radar real quick and see. I think we're far enough west into Russia right now where we're not on any of the... Yeah, no, everybody flies south of that peninsula that's kind of like directly south of us. There's like nothing up here. There's one plane Anchorage to Chicago. Where the fuck are you? Maximum, shut up. I'm trying to look at flight radar and text at the same time. Stop complaining. Oh my god, you're so annoying. There you go. Anywhere between 120 and 170 knots. What's this dude doing? Oh, Air China. Rerouted to go straight to China somewhere. I don't know what it says, Anchorage. Yeah, if you look on flight radar, there's somebody like way north of Russia right now on one of those little islands. But it looks like it's just like a... Like, I don't even want to say this is a flyover area. Nobody even fucking flies over it. It's just kind of an area. Siberia. About 40 minutes left to go till Markovy. So when we get here, I'll judge how we're feeling. I mean, it's getting close to 1 o'clock a.m. for me. And then we're looking at basically a full tank of fuel to get down to Tiki. Which is... no, it's going to be more like a 2/3 of a tank of fuel or so. So maybe like a 2-hour flight or more. I don't think I want to do that tonight, so I think we're going to call it a night once we hit Markovy. Just because I've also been up since 8 o'clock this morning and it's 12:45, so kind of a little bit of self-preservation there, you know. Oh, give me a chance to eat my yogurt and turn on YouTube for a few minutes and watch something. Oh, that's that lake over there. Okay, so that's a pretty decent sized body of water. We got 10 people in here watching. Not bad. Not bad for just some dude who decides to fly flight sim around in VR. If everybody's in here, you got questions, feel free to chime in, ask them things. If you're enjoying it, click the like button. If not, don't. I'm not your boss. If you got questions, why the stream sucks so bad, I'll gladly answer. If we can help make it better, then maybe we can. Maybe we can't. Who knows? You're in my world now. But we're just chilling. We're just cruising. Needed something to do, so I figured, why not fly around the world? Yeah, for like I said, I've mentioned before, I got lots of questions. Yeah, 2 hours, and if we're landing here at 1:25 or something, and finishing up, then it's that puts me to bed way too late, I think. Yeah, for 10 people, for what my channel is, like, yeah, there's 730 something subscribers or whatever. But like, if you go to my channel and look at like the most viewed videos, it's all about the garage that we built in the yard. So it's like those 735 subscribers are majority not people doing this. Like, I think I've looked at the analytics, like, okay, cool, I've got like 20 or 30 people maybe who've subbed to me for the anything Microsoft Flight Sim related. So it's like, to have 1/3 of the subscriber base that subscribed to me for Microsoft Flight Sim or helicopter related things, that's not bad, you know? Now, if I was doing a garage stream and I only had like 6 people watching, I'd be like, okay, cool, 700 of you freaking showed up here for garage stuff. You could do better. But for me, only having a handful of people that follow me for Flight Sim stuff, and to have a good chunk of them watching for the Flight Sim stuff, hell yeah, I'm happy. Oh, sorry, readjusting. Hold on, guys. Also, with the boat recovery this weekend, I did a lot of lifting, both above water and underwater. So I am sore, my hands are fucking cut up and stuff. I'm about to hit the hay. Thursdays are typically a more challenging day for me. Yeah, dude, no fucking worries. Get some sleep. I'll be back tomorrow and next day and next day and next day and next day. And if I'm not there one of the days, I'll be back the day after or the day after. And y'all are my, like my gym buddies. Like, dude, you going to the gym to lift weights today? Yep, going to the gym. Hey, you gonna be streaming today? I'm gonna do my fucking best. I think Saturday I may or may not stream. It kind of depends. That's the bachelor party day. So we'll see. We're not gonna be out super late. We're not all fucking heavy drinkers or anything. But we're going to be shooting some guns, riding some motorcycles, smoking cigars, and cooking steaks. But it's also raining, so I don't know what it's going to end up being. I think we're starting at like 10 in the morning. We got to stop shooting by like 5:30 or so. So it depends. Bathroom storms do not help us well. Yeah, I feel that. I'll say one thing though, for my job, whenever I'm doing my normal working stuff, film industry things, I do enjoy our rain delay thing a bit. So we have lightning delays since we have a lot of big expensive generators and lighting and cameras and stuff all running off these generators. Whenever it starts lightning and stuff, we shut down for 30 minutes if there's lightning within 10 miles of us, but we're getting paid the entire time. So producers hate it. Everybody else kind of loves it because it's a chance to sit down. I need to get our setup going, and maybe I could join you for a leg or two. Sure, hell yeah. So I don't want to say you have plenty of time, but this is day 15, and we're just now on our second day in Russia. It was like, what, 12 days, or 14, 13 days to get through kind of the East Coast to Alaska, so we have plenty of time left. So you can hop in anytime you want to, as long as you're here before the end, and if not, I'll be streaming other shit after that if you don't get it done within the next 80 days. So I don't think there's any real FOMO, but I'll be here regardless. Oh yeah, and anybody who is watching, with 8 people watching now, Paseo, P-A-S-E-O, which I'll even pause real quick. This right here is the gamer tag. Right up there, Paseo Ranger. If you want to find me, we're currently over northeast Siberia. Make sure I click resume. Lock lock in. Cool, here we go. So if you want to come join, whether you're in a fighter jet, a Cessna, or a helicopter, you are more than welcome to be a wingman. And even when I want to take breaks for days doing this, if you don't want to invest in 2024 and you just still have 2020 and you have it on console, we can do crossplay. Or if you have 2024, I think we can crossplay on this, since I don't have the Steam version of Microsoft Flight Sim. I have the Xbox version, but for the PC. So the PC version, but Microsoft owns the Xbox. Whatever. Anyways, I can cross-play with Xbox people. So if you've got 2024 on Xbox or 2020 on Xbox, I'll do play-along days and whatever else, or just exploring days, or we'll come up with some challenges and take turns doing landings and approaches on different places. Which, like, back when I used to play Forza on the Xbox and driving around drifting. Just 2024, hell yeah. Well, I'll be in here, you know where I'm at every night. But back when I played Forza, which actually the Australian version, Forza Horizon 3. Which I won't say, even one of the Glass House Mountains is part of the game. Because they kind of like compress Australia into a super, super small map, but it's there. But anyways, Australia. Oh yeah, like there'd be like little drifting things, like parking lots that had like some curbs that were set up in the good pattern where you could do like a first and second gear drifting around, and people would all kind of go there to drift in the online lobbies. Nobody would talk or know each other, but you just kind of like all start drifting together and fucking chilling, having a good time. Yeah, exactly. You know exactly where to find me. But they'd be doing that. And do like drift limbo, where you're trying to cut through the smaller area of the parking lot. People would park their car, where you had to drift in between their car and the curb and stuff. And I've seen similar stuff to this. Actually, I want to see something from the outside of the helicopter real quick. I'm looking at this bit right here in front of me. I'm curious what that looks like on the window. I don't remember what it looks like. Okay, it's just where the pitot sticks out. Kind of looked weird from inside. Yes, like I've been flying around like Los Angeles, where there's the bank, the big star-shaped roof thing, whatever, in Los Angeles. I watch a lot of Grand Theft Auto shit, so I want to say Maze Bank, but whatever the bank is in is it Ozark Bank? I don't know. Whatever that bank is in freaking Los Angeles, it's got a very prominent helipad up top. Which now there's like a shit ton of helipads in LA, because part of the rule of Los Angeles building code is if you have a building over X amount of stories high, you have to have a helicopter landing pad on there. Super cool. I like that rule. But it means in the game there's a billion freaking helipads to land on. Same thing with Tokyo. Tokyo is just a flood of helipads. But anyways, you go to that big bank, and there's other people flying helicopters around. A lot of times they're shooting approaches, booping in and off of that helipad. You're looking at about 70 hours of, I'm trying to read and fly, 70 hours of flying extra if you come down and circumnavigate Australia. 70 hours, jeez. Right now, like I haven't completely, because it's so much in flux, so I don't want to like make a plan, you know. Because I could say I want to do this, and this, but then it turns out one of the airports I see on Google Maps doesn't exist in the game, or like you're from Australia, Georgia Plains, but I'm from South Georgia. Know your Joe. If I had known he was going to be watching every day back then, we might have swung further south in the U.S. and swung up through Cali, because I think you said you're from Cali. But it's like the whole journey's in flux, you know. No, there's no solid flight plan. I know that helicopters have flown around the world. I know more people are planning on doing it. I know they've done it in lesser machines than this H-160. So it's like, I'm kind of just winging it. I'm kind of just rotorcrafting it. I'm not winging it, I'm rotorcrafting it. There are some areas where we kind of have to be stricter with where we're going, because I am trying to do it realistic-ish of not faking the fuel. Like I said, I don't mind a ferry tank plus every once in a while for like a longer trip. But like here, it's like there is the ability for us to hit Markovy and then Tahiti. Sure, it's a bit of a miss angle where we're adding an extra hour or two to the overall path, but it's a more realistic path around. So it's like I'm trying to do some things realistic, but there's like a funner path or something interesting. Like we went way off Dallas Fort Worth. Okay, for some reason I was thinking California. But honestly, if you stick around freaking near like the whole time, then I'm not gonna say this is your requirement if you stick around every single day to watch the flight sim stream and you drop it and say, hey, at least 16 times per week, then we'll come by Texas. But it's like, if you're still here at the end of all this shit, like, I may fly an extra day or two just to get out to Texas, just since it's not that far out of the way. Or I may do the Florida, swing around and hit South America, then come up through Central America, back through Texas, and over to Georgia. Because that kind of puts another continent in there, which that could also play with me hitting every continent except for Antarctica. If I come down to Australia, just get down to like Sunshine Gold Coast area, I'd like to land at Cutting Edge Engineering's place just because I watch his channel. I know they have the 505 that parks out there. But like if I do that, then like I said, kind of cut back up through the center, then jump up through Indonesia and stuff. That could play along with the path without adding on a significant number of days. 70 hours is like at maximum a 30-day, a full month onto it. And there will be a time when this TV show that I'm working on, it'll come back in August. So yeah, that's still 3 months away or whatever. But I mean, if we're adding that many more days to it, it might be like, okay, cool, I'm working now and I can't finish the series as quickly. Gonna try to be here. Hell yeah. Plus it's nice, like the same people show back up. I get to have conversations and carry on stuff. Like when Chuck was in here the first day, watched and talked a whole bunch because he's a pilot and flying fixed wing since '78. Kind of did the same thought process I did of like, hey, I can teach myself how to hover and do all these things in a helicopter in the sim, and then apply that rubbing your head and patting your belly sort of mentality to it. Like, okay, cool, I know it's not perfect, but I've gotten past the mental hurdle of my right hand, my left hand, and both my feet working together to accomplish this task. It ain't gonna be perfect, but it hopefully saves me a lot of time. And he said with him, it went from with him it went for, what is it? He was hovering within like 5 minutes of getting in a helicopter, of never being in a helicopter before. So the CEE shop used to be a helicopter maintenance facility. I mean, that explains the big ass door. Yeah, I think I mentioned it to you like your first day here, maybe. But yeah, I saw the red Bell 505 park out at CE a few times. And I think the first time I saw it, I was like, okay, cool, red helicopter. Maybe it's just a air ambulance or something like that. Pull up, terrain. Shut up. But I saw it back there on a couple of different episodes or whatever, and I was like, okay, cool, this is obviously something that's more normal, where it's not either they happen to have the only flat landing spot in the area, and anytime there is a medical emergency, they come and use their yard. But then I saw it one day, and I was like, okay, cool, I'm just going to go and glance through flight radar and playback time. And I just kind of played back through mornings and afternoons or whatever, and I found it. I was like, okay, cool, it's this one here. And I kind of looked at the registry. I said, oh, cool, it's the owner of PWR, who makes radiators and intercoolers and fluid coolers for like F1 cars and shit like that. And they're based in that same industrial park as him. And I guess they just have a good enough place out there that's already set up for helicopters to come in and out of there. So why not use the place that's already set up to come in and land? And as long as, I guess, Curtis isn't using all that area back there, which he's not, it's like, cool, why not let them park their helicopter there? It's cool. That's the goal. Fly a helicopter to work. Why isn't there like a luxury fighter jet? I feel like this is like the luxury fighter jet of helicopters. It's fucking fast. It's sleek, pretty agile. Makes you want to do fun shit like this. But like, all jets are like super, super serious. There's no like luxury jet that you can go out there and like pull G's in with passengers. Of course, I'm not really pulling G's in this, but putting a little load on and off here every once in a while. Little rolling mountain hills here. The radar altimeter's like, hey, what are you doing? Guy, you're close to the ground here. Stop that. It's like, cool, we're at 600 feet, and now here it's like, ooh, 400, 300. With a 200-foot cross over the mountain right there. Yeah, just about. I wouldn't park my helicopter there, especially when he's painting and sandblasting nearby. No, dude, I feel that. Like my stunt friend who's got the property that we built the gun range on, that we're doing this bachelor party or whatever at. It's like he specifically has a spot where he's like, okay, cool, we could use this for like a helipad or whatever. I was like, I want it to be as absolutely far away from the gun range as possible. Not that we're going to shoot bad or anything, but on the off chance that there is a ricochet that bounces up, I'm not saying it's going to hurt anything when it falls down, but if it happens to land right on that little intake, you know, it could be a fucking problem. And when I say a problem, I mean I'm going to spend a lot of money fixing something. And that might be a thing. Like, I don't think the owner of PWR is going to be out there every single day. So that might be something that's discussed also. Just like my friend's property, he tells his neighbors, like, hey, we're going to be shooting on Saturday. And by saying, it's like, hey, we have this big thing that we're going to be doing a lot of blasting and stuff out there. It's scheduled to be in there on Thursday. So don't. If you want to fly Thursday, it's at your own risk, or you better put the covers over. I mean, I guess if you put covers over, it's not that big of a deal. Because usually they're kind of far back in his little field there. Got to get out of here, dude. Go get some sleep. We'll catch up with you later. Hope everyone has a great rest of the day. Appreciate it, dude. See you later, Mr. Joe. But yeah, they're kind of parked relatively far back there, and from what it looks like, from at least the episode that I've seen, I think all the newer ones, I may miss one here or there and just never go back to rewatch it. It looks like he paints pretty close to the building. It looks like the sandblasting with his new blaster is the one that's closest out to the field out there. But I think if you have a cover over it, I mean, it may probably not that big of a deal then. I think any paint that gets that far out, it's definitely dry by the time it gets out there, being in like an aerosol particle form like that. I don't think it's going to be wet long enough to actually stick. And if it does dust, the moment that you freaking turn on, it's either going to shake itself off, or the second that you put any sort of collective in there, it's just going to blow itself off in such small particles that I would assume inconsequential. We are now 50 nautical miles from our location, our destination, somewhere over the rainbow. It's always neat seeing people with... I mean, he has that helicopter registered to his business. I assume that's a much more friendly tax thing to do than having it as a personal helicopter. But it's probably just him who uses it, or if they have any like bigger clients or whatever, like, hey, McLaren F1 team, or somebody, or whatever, Australian Touring Car Championship or whatever, like, or no, what is it? Supercar, super sedans? What's it called? The racing down there? It's Japanese Grand Touring Car, JTGCC, JGTC, Japanese Grand Touring Car. Yeah. Isn't Australian supercars? Isn't that what it is? But it's just a whole bunch of V8 four-doors, which is fucking sick. I want to say it's supercars. I don't remember 100%, but I love watching them. Like Bathurst, or what is it? Bathurst? I think it's Bathurst. Either way, y'all have, that's a tight ass track. A lot of action, especially like climbing up the mountain. Gets really, really tight, and going down. I mean, anything on the mountain's a pretty tight section of the track. But super, super fun to watch those, and I've had so much like personal inspiration from those cars. It's just like, who doesn't want to? I mean, I guess there's a lot of people that are normal, but like me as a non-normal individual, V8 supercars. That's it. I was thinking Australian super, but yeah, V8 supercars. But just like, it's like, okay, cool. Like, there's your sedan, and like just a bit more aggressive fender where it still has the look. Lower to the point where the wheels are almost tucked inside to a fault. Like, they're almost low enough to where it's like ignorant low. Like when I see people driving around the street, I'm like, your car's too low, it's not functional. And then I remember V8 supercars, I'm like, dude, some of those things are slammed. Like an ignorant amount of slam, and they are fucking ripping. Also, their chassis are so reinforced and so stiff. It's like you see them hit the curbs or whatever, and they just hover that entire side off the curbs. It's so sick. It's like the Talladega V8 supercars. Yeah, I'd like to get down there for a V8 supercars race there. Don't they do motorcycle? I think they do MotoGP there also. And I also want to see, what's the week-long thing that y'all do down there? Almost like burnout contest, but they're skids. Where everybody's doing shoeies and whatever else, and they're all cruising up and down the street. I'd like to get down there for that event. Although it's, I won't say like Hot Rod Power Tour, because that's like the American version of it. It's like all in one place, whatever. I want to get down there for V8 supercars. I want to get down there for MotoGP. F1 would be sick too. But also that week-long thing where everybody drinks and does burnouts. Like, that's Summer Nats. That's it. That's the one. Anyways, y'all have a very cool car culture down there, which is... Sorry, I'm readjusting how I'm existing in my chair. But how wild the car culture is down there is so distant from the rules and the laws that are set up by that fucking government down there. Or like there's anti-hooning laws and like whole like You are not allowed to do anything down there to have fun in a vehicle. Like, the only thing to have fun in a vehicle down there really is, like, slightly modify the car and hope the police don't notice, or drive off-road. And the only reason I think the off-road vehicles are allowed down there is because you kind of need them to exist in some areas of Australia, or else you're not going to make it to the store, so they can't outlaw them. But I feel like there's such a chokehold on the automotive culture out there. 36 miles. I feel like there's such a chokehold on the automotive culture down there. I mean, there's a chokehold on a lot of countries have a lot of different rules on a lot of different things, and we can go in that rabbit hole just like taxes and just like everything else. And whatever level of free speech your country does or doesn't have, whatever level of gun rules or laws your country does or doesn't have, whatever rules anywhere that don't let you do what you enjoy doing. No victim, no crime. Let me go do burnouts in my car. It's my money I'm spending on tires and paying into your tax system anyways. Let it happen. Yeah. Australians, whole different level of automotive culture, and I love it. Especially because, like I said, it's a defiance to all of the regulations that are down there. Honestly, this is not the geography I was expecting out here. Of course, I've never like looked into Siberian geography before, so I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But this isn't quite what I was expecting. Not mad about it. Kind of flatter than I was expecting. But it's not bad, you know. I was kind of expecting more mountainous stuff. Which is kind of another reason why I picked the H160 for this. Which, like, now seeing this, if I could have, like, really focused on my most efficient speed and altitude, we probably could have made it to Tiki. But because I'm talking and yapping and whatever, and kind of using the flight director as a suggestion instead of a guide, it just didn't make sense to do that full trip right to the edge of capability. Brisbane, okay. We'll head down there and see if it works. Yeah, we'll land and see. We'll get out there and drop by Curtis. Oh, starting to show our approach area there. Will it show us on the thing there? Yeah, we're way out there. Still not visible. I'm sure it'd be visible in real life, but not in VR headset, not yet. Yeah, I guess this is just Siberia. Is there oil out here? I feel like there's got to be oil out here. There's probably a lot of shit out here that's just unknown. It's such an unforgiving landscape out here. But yeah, we'll do a quick session in the 66, but I'm not gonna do it too late. I've got some more prep and stuff to do tomorrow, and again, it's 1:15 now, so we'll be landing 125 or so, 27 miles. 160 plus knots. I can get that plus right here. Float between 160 and 170. Got plenty of power, plenty of fuel. We can burn the shit out of it. There we go. Does the 66 have a white with red stripe livery? I don't know. I haven't looked too much at the 66 liveries from the game. I'm sure the Cow and Sim version, if I were to download that, would. But all the versions for this that came factory with the game, they're so cucked for livery designs and whatever. But the aftermarket, the third-party ones, I'm sure they do. You can probably even go on Cow and Sim's website and see what they show. I just haven't. That might be something I invest in the future, just so I'm not dealing with their crap. It's like if there's a Bell 407 model that was solid, I would do that. But that doesn't exist, since it's kind of just always been a thing in the game anyways. Yeah, we'll take a look. We'll find something close. Or close enough. Readjusting, don't mind me. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. No. Stop complaining. Cat here, she hasn't had a problem with it yet. She's chilling. Let's see, we're going up around some old riverbed areas, it looks like. Oh no, we have more power to give. We're gonna take it. Don't you dare start lowering torque on me. I want you stressed. Stressed enough. But like I said, I wish they had a more customizable livery thing, but the second that they do, every single slur imaginable to mankind is going to be on the side of an airplane. Every single word that anybody's ever been banned off any sort of platform for will be immediately plastered on different airplanes or whatever. And white and red on the 66 and white with blue stripes on the 44. And I think I saw a picture today on the Instagram. The A-star was black, which is why you asked for that, I'm assuming. At least that's where my logic is pointing me towards. Thank you, Cat. You're much nicer than Elaine. There's a little bitty cloud up. Ooh, froze up for a second. Not bueno. Starting to get around a whole bunch of waypoints and stuff coming in. Let's go. Pay attention, helicopter. If I'm not paying attention, you have to. That's part of the rules. Yep, matte black. Yeah, some of the people I know, they've got a red MD 520N. They've got a matte black H145 D2, I think, or it'd be EC145. And they've got a black A-star. No idea what generation it is. That's some of my movie friends. They have a company that does camera stuff, so they can use those as camera ships, or they can also use them as like an on-screen helicopter. The tree arrangements out here is also weird. I wonder if that's all just old riverbed stuff and it's just kind of stuck, and since it's permafrost, nothing new really grows, and it's all just old growth trees, maybe? I don't know. Strange. Because I can see that over there, and that obviously looks like a riverbed, you know. Like these over here, they follow the same-ish sort of patterns and curves here and there. But why? Why are they in lines like that? Odd. Odd, odd, odd. Okay, Markovi, traffic. This is helicopter 420 Foxtrot Whiskey. We are about 12 miles to your east. We are inbound for the ramp. We're going to get some fuel, steal some cookies, take a nap, and we'll be out of your hair tomorrow. Markovi, traffic. Or tower. Yeah, whatever. Whatever you are. I would assume tower. Don't want to disrespect. Huh. You see, like, that obviously looks like a old river run where the bank would scoot more and more and more as it went. Dude, water's wild. Water will fuck some stuff up. We used to a gray 350 Bravo 2. But it's getting a 12 year. Yeah, the 350 platform, the whole A-Star. Such a solid platform. With the right livery, like, solid colors on there I think look good. Some liveries look really, really good. But some liveries just really, really age it. Because it's been around since the 70s. It's not a new... It's been refined a lot, and a lot of the actual airframe has been changed and reinforced. Just like when you're looking like the Bell 206s and stuff, like the new L4. Like almost a completely different helicopter inside as compared to like the old L1s. Because I mean, like, all the reinforcements have been changed. Like, basically it's just like the outside shape that's the same when you think about it. But A-Star also, it's been changed significantly since its inception. Like, you even look at the older ones and you're like, you even think like, man, that looks different for some reason. Nardo gray. Is it matte gray or is it a gloss paint? And yeah, I'll dive in tonight after we get off. Yeah, it's like the A-Star, it's such a solid platform. It's been stuck around for so long, and it's used for so many different things. I mean, there's still, like, what is it? Los Angeles Police Department has like 12 of them. Airbus is still making them. You know, like, they're pretty fucking solid ships. It's like a hybrid, like a satinish finish. I'd like to see some more, like, cool or unique paint jobs on different planes and helicopters and stuff. Like, there's so many ways that you can, like, I don't want to say up the game or change whatever, but like the first person to do the whole black window thing on the side, like this here, so it makes it look like there's more window than there actually is, even with the white frames. Like, whoever the first dude to do that was part genius. Because it made so many older helicopters look so much better now. I mean, if anything here looks like a runway, I think this is it, you know. What do I know? Of course, I still have that up. So we'll kind of consider this it. with a red browning interior. Nice. Dude, better than just plain tan or black interior. Like, I'd really like a Tundra or a Sequoia or a Land Cruiser or some sort of Toyota truck or SUV. I'm a Toyota guy. Toyota enthusiast, if you may. If you will. I'm beginning to think this is not the runway. Oh, no it is. It's just, very fucking snowy. Because there's our windsock. There's everything spawning in. And it's also like there's so little photogrammetry in this area that it's like I can't expect it to be gear going down, by the way. Like I can't expect this to be like a fully... I know the landing gear's up. That's why I clicked the down button, you fucking moron. Yeah, we're in the middle of nowhere here. It's like I can't expect them to have like a fully ass rendered airport. Look at our shadow. Oh, glitching for me. Glitching for me. Don't glitch for me. We are this far in. In fact, I'm going to keep a decently high hover now until we can identify. It looks like fuel stations over here to the right. Or is that a tree? There are rocks behind the fucking... Russia, what are you doing, baby? Oh no, baby, what are you doing? Okay, let's kind of flip around real quick and we'll kind of drive in on some semblance of a... I'm going to be slightly cautious right now just because I'm getting some stuttering. So I don't want to ruin our entire trip with that. Pull up terrain. My gear's down, you fucking moron. Of course. Okay, y'all are going to watch. I want to sit down completely smoothly here. If it crashes me, I don't know what I did. The gear is down. We have 3 green gear indicators. And the parking brake is off. Okay, cool. We're good. We'll roll taxi over here. I don't see fuel anywhere, so I'm going to assume there's a truck. Collective's all the way down now. We're just rolling. So you turn and face out. There we go, parking brake on. I'll be very careful not to move my hand in any weird way, because this thing makes lift at no RPM basically. At least it feels like. Okay, both of those are down to idle. Oh look, we fast forwarded time and we're good to shut those off now. Generators off. Off. Yeah, I know my battery's discharging. That's off. Oh, cool. I didn't even touch the brake. But since you asked. Cool. There we go. And off. Shift C. We are out of here, and we are on the ground in Markalovi. Y'all can get out. Oop, did I just have a freeze? Nope. Kind of had a freeze. Lock in. Let's walk away from it. Put us some distance. Don't crash. I mean, we landed, so I'm happy. We're not in the air while it's doing this. So I can pause the game. There we go. Look, here we go. We landed in wherever. We are locked in. We made our flight. So we are now in Markovo. Definitely pronounced that wrong the entire time. So we are in Markovo now. That will be our starting place for the next one. So thank you everybody for watching that. Today was all the way up here to all the way out here. Big fucking trip today. But we're going to head down to Aussie real quick for some extracurricular activities. We'll see if we can do a... Let me change my map profile. So Brisbane and Gold Coast. Gold Coast there. And he's like here-ish somewhere. Brisbane International. Gotta wait for the roads to load in so that way I can see where things be. I can see this stuff. Okay, so this goes north. There's an industrial park here. I believe that's it. There might be one further south or just further north. Nope, that's not it. It is... What am I doing? I've got my fucking map right here. Yeah, over here. Cool. Okay, if y'all are familiar with a very popular YouTube channel called Cutting Edge Engineering, this is his shop. As you can see, the Franticrane's parked outside. And usually, there is a Bell 505 that, well, not usually, sometimes there's a Bell 505 that lands out there. And I say, cool, does he fly a Bell 505? Actually, no, he doesn't. But there is a company right down the road down here called PWR Advanced Cooling Technology. They build radiators for F1 cars and stuff like that. And Curtis likes some park there. Good for him. Cool guy. Heckfield. I don't know why that's a funny name. Heckfield. Logan Reserve, Heckfield Airport. Yeah, I've flown out of Heckfield before. Not in real life, but going to go check out his stuff before. Ramp. Let's do this one. This is departure. Short flight. Go over to the R66. Configure. Let's get the spray system off the bottom of that. Just readjust my screen real quick. There we go. Passengers. Livery. Liveries load in. Red with a white stripe. All white, or black with a red stripe. What'd you say your 44s were? White with a blue stripe. Wow, they literally hate you. Red's fun. We'll do red. Saving back. Let it load in just a wee bit so we don't spawn into the void. Okay, a little better. A little better. I can't zoom in anymore. I scrolled up to your starting thing here. And we'll compare it to the checklist for this. Which maybe the checklist is accessible because it has that weird VR not being able to use the electronic flight bag thing. So we'll see. Give me a little start button here. Can I just walk? Oh, there we go. Okay, engine cover off. Can I reach you from here? Nope. Stay away from my shit. Fucking Pete Marshmallow looking motherfucker. Okay, I don't think they have any pedo covers or anything. Make sure there's nothing else to peek at. So that point up there was the rear engine cover. I don't think we can do anything in here. I think it's just looking. Hey, look, there's oil. Hey, look, there's landing gear. Oh, look. Yeah, there's like nothing to check inside of these things. There's no inspection points to approve. So we should be good to hop in. But of course I can't fucking do that. What I'm gonna do real quick is put the checklist up. Actually, I can leave VR and do this real quick, I think. Go to aircraft checklist. Pre-flight, blades, landing, skid, baggage door, engine covers, oil, whatever. Cool. I'm going to read it off. Or can I set it somewhere? Before starting engine, collect a full travel. Yeah, controls free and clear. Rotor brake engaged when checking all that. Anti-ice off. Landing light off. Avionics master switch off. Altimeter set. Hydraulic switch. Turn to hydraulic switch on off. Toggle to turn hydraulic. Oh, okay. Starting engine, battery switch on, strobe on, igniter. Let me get back to your thing here so we can compare. Y'all can't see this, I forget. Can I move this to where you guys can see it? No, of course not. Igniter, enable. Fuel valve closed, throttle closed, starter on, fuel valve open, EGT checked, N1 15%, oil pressure check, generator on, or the N1's 15, yeah, generator on, avionics master on, Confirm low RPM horn. Collective down. Ensure the actuator panel. Nothing's displayed on the panel. Okay, so let's see. Battery, strobe, igniter. Try to set this to where we can get the most viewed out of it when we come back into VR. Okay, let's try VR. Hey, cool, it's even vertical. Hell yeah, that's even better. So now we can shift C, get in the helicopter, get all this. Adjust my headset. Everything outside is good. Stay away from my shit. Okay, battery on, strobe on. Throttle closed. Fuel shutoff valve is closed at the moment. Let's see. Sorry. So ignition would be on. Let me look through yours. Yeah, so enable. Starter on. I'll click that on my... I have a starter button here. Hello? See, it's going to like not quite 15%. I'm going to add fuel. Hello? Throttle? Anything? Okay, turn the starter off. Fuel shutoff valve closed. So starting from dead again. Ignition on. I was kind of hybriding between both of y'all's. Key enable, battery switch, strobe on. Like, I'll even do the key first. Okay. Let's just see if it's really, really being picky. Key, battery, strobe. Throttle closed. I'm closed. Click starter button. Watch N1 rise to 15%. EGT below 150 degrees. Mixture watch. So N1 still doesn't hit 15% there. It like stops at like 11 or something. Even if I'm slowly adding throttle to see if I'm getting any sort of like, it's just like a weird idle cutoff or whatever in the controls. Rotor brakes off. Yeah, right now it's just purely running on starter. Throttle's closed again. Anti-ice off. Are there any weird switches over here? Let me look between your legs, homie. None of those are clickable. Okay. No breakers. That's unclickable. Fuel valve pull off. Cool. Fuel valve. Great job. There's two of them. Fucking idiots. I seriously doubt it's because of altitude, but play with a little bit. Airflow off. But yeah, it just caps you at 11% or whatever. And I can spawn in with the Bell 407, and it does the same thing where it stops in one progression at like 11%. Which here, if you see, I'll do the same thing with the 407 real quick to show you. Sucks because I like the 407. 407's neat. Yeah, something with the 66. Like I said, 66 and the 407 are just broken. It sucks. It's like, hey, I paid $100-something for this fucking game back in October, November. Yeah, I can almost guarantee it's something that's wrong with the game itself. Fly. Shift C. There's no pre-flight exteriors on this one. Shift C. Let's get straight in here. Gauges take forever to load in on this for some reason. The collective is down, even though it doesn't look like it. Yeah, throttles for some reason is not mapped. That's okay. Battery. Horn. Fuel valve off. On. Why am I hearing noises? Strobe. None of those matter. None of those matter. Here, throw a boost on. Fuel boost if you want that. Not necessary, but it's a thing. Click my starter button. We can watch this. It'll go like 11.4. Or yeah, 11, 9, 12. Let's say, okay, cool. Let's just say that's what the click on is. I click this up to idle. Still at 12. It sounds like it's doing something. Still at 12. Still at 1.2 torque. Freaking everything's there. And let's just pretend we had a good start. Because obviously our temps aren't high. So I can turn this up all the way. Let's give us all the RPM. Oh, we're here now. Look, the generator's on. Lights are on. And now the sound dies off. And everything's still showing is not a thing. And even pulling up and down the collective with what sounded like a billion RPM is not. So yeah, 407 and 66 are both unusable for that sort of usage. You know, like I said, we can spawn in already running. No. Set as departure. What are you doing? Says arrival 66. Save it back, and I want to have departures on the ground ready for takeoff. That's a lot more likely to hot start or flame out. Yeah. Yeah, just something with the game, you know. It's I don't want to say like, oof, I'm dealing with it, but like, okay, cool. Yeah. See, I gotta hop out of here and press the start button with my non-VR real quick. What way am I pushing? What way am I pushing? Why are you bogging on me? Oh, because I don't have throttle or anything up. Elaine, welcome back. You're one of the 11 people watching right now, and you were not here earlier. We've already done our around the world flying for today, so you missed that part. But with that said, Hey, governor's on. Why aren't you governoring? If I drop throttle just a little bit, you won't feel like you're overridden. So yeah, we've already done our around the world flying today. We'll be doing more tomorrow. Governor on. Here, keep me in the right RPM range. Good enough. Didn't even turn my strobes on, you fucking idiots. But yeah, we already done the around the world flying today, so if you want to see more of that, look at the wind here today, goodness. If you want to see more of that, feel free to subscribe and come back tomorrow around 8 to 9 o'clock Eastern time for the US time. Forgot about the door there. And we will be doing more flying there now. We're kind of doing our post around the world flight shenanigans, which is kind of flying around, just exploring and seeing different places. If you have anywhere that you want to see shenaniganed, let me know during the flights during the day, and we can go shenanigan there afterwards. Or if you have any places to go during the flight around the world, feel free to toss in suggestions. I know you all have thumbs or fingers at work, because how else would you find me? But yeah, thanks for dropping in and watching, everybody. Why is it one is going up to 7 billion feet? Unnecessary. And I feel like they just didn't do justice on the R66. You know, I feel like it's significantly underpowered and significantly slower than what it is in real life. We do have a gnarly crosswind coming in from right here. Yeah, also, if you're wondering where we're shenaniganing at here today, we are in the Brisbane Gold Coast area, flying from Heckfield instead of Hellfield, we don't speak those bad words here, to Cutting Edge Engineering, which is a very popular YouTube channel. If you're into machining and fixing things and welding and fabrication and whatever, go check it out. Curtis, cool guy. I'm sure he's going to notice the giant influx of 8 people going over to watch him. I don't even think the fucking trim string here works. Oh well, whatever. It's a windy day down under. Do y'all say down under down there, or do y'all just like pretend that doesn't exist? Oh no, trust me, R66 pretty underpowered, has bad turbine lag. You're like, no, like it's a cool helicopter, but it's also shit at the same time. Because it's like, honestly, I've thought about it. It's like, okay, cool, turbine, beginner helicopter if you're trying to get one for personal use. Like a 66 is a reasonable thing to think, because you think Robinson, okay, you know, cheaper, still reliable enough to be trusted. Blah, 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 whatever. It's like, there's pluses and minuses to it. That's like, for the same price as a 66, you can get a 206 from like 1980, 1990 for a solid price. And I think I'd rather have a 206. Okay, cool. We're looking at this industrial park. To our left, sorry for the yawn, guys. It's 2 o'clock a.m. for me. We pretend that doesn't exist. Down under? Nope, never heard of her. Governor, do your thing. Don't want to hold 25% collective. Trying to manage my rotor speed. I almost feel like I want to auto-rotate into here just because I think I can do a better job maintaining rotor speed than this fucking simulator right now. It's like we were sitting on the ground in Governor, and it was freaking redlining everything. Come on, level yourself out. There you go. Pay attention. See, no. So dumb. Like I said, I'm sure the R66 is underpowered. Oh, you choose the 66 over the 66 over the 206. Any main reason, or just because you're already familiar with the platform, or you can get a newer 66 for less money than an older 206? I'm curious what the owner's reasoning is with somebody with more experience with it. I also kind of have a thing for the way the 206 looks. That's just a personal thing. Is the wind really this aggressive to where we're freaking doing this, guys? Come on. Here, throttle down. I'll auto into this fucking place if I have to. There, autoing in. 'Cause I got tired of waiting for the rotor RPM to do its thing. Only reason I treated you like that is because your rotor RPM management was garbage. See, look, governor's on, throttle's set, and it's doing that. And if you don't understand what I'm talking about, this right here is your rotor RPM and engine and everything, and it's over revving even though the governor's set. Even spawning in with everything set where I didn't need to adjust anything getting into it, it still was doing that. '66 is way more comfortable to fly and it's way more modern. Oh, okay, I gotcha. And I'm assuming we're talking about like a 206 Bravo, a 206L. I think they're a good bit, I mean, they are a good bit bigger. That's kind of the whole thing about L. But I could see the B3s and stuff being much smaller than, more cramped, because I think their backseat thing's it's not an open concept cabin like this. Oh, we spawned in with it like that. I have no idea. So when you spawn in with it set to whatever, like I obviously didn't go through the startup procedure to get this thing flying because we have to spawn in with it already running. But it spawns in with like lights off and different things off. It's already running, but it's spawned in a weird configuration, so that's just another thing on their whole, oh, we went through this game and made sure everything worked. No, you didn't. It's kind of obvious that you didn't. Like, sometimes I kind of want to touch down in the trees just a little bit, but I know it'll be like, crashed! Because apparently you're not allowed to touch trees with your helicopter. Head to Yankee Bravo, Alpha Foxtrot. See, look, there's the governor doing his thing again. I'm literally not even touching my collective right now. No, go ahead and burn yourself up. This is your own fucking decision. Here, look, I'll even help. I'll aim you into the wind and pull back so you can grab as much rotor RPM as you want. Go for it. Yankee Bravo Alpha Foxtrot. Archerfield. Looks like it's to the northwest. Yeah. Kind of following up the interstate up into Brisbane. Throw a little bit more out. I'm still looking at my phone, plotting. Okay, back into the game. Let's go. Lock in, everybody. Let's fly faster than 3 miles an hour. Shut up. I want to fly faster than 3 miles an hour. You don't get a choice in this. Oh no, temperatures? You mean nothing to me. This is shenanigan time, not serious time. Your lights mean nothing to me. And even though we're only going freaking 60, I know we have a freaking... Even though we're only going 60, we have a decent tailwind, so not too upset. We'll head up to Archersfield and we'll call that good for shenanigans for tonight. Like I said, it's been a busy few days for me and a busy next couple of days for me, so I need to get some sleep. I wish I could. You can't really see me, but I'm lifting up on my my side of the T-handle here. I'm trying to knock Elaine in the fucking knees or slap her in the cooter with it, but I can't. I'm very upset about that. Series, we're gonna have a pretty good idea of how to navigate our way around the Australian eastern coast. Shut up. If you're not careful, I'll low G push over you right into the ground. Nice looking little river coming through. It's funny, Shark Week always makes me, the first time my first instinct whenever I see rivers that are pretty well connected to the coast, I'm just like, I wonder how far bull sharks have made it upriver. Tidally influenced, because it's still pretty close to the coast here. This way now. Let's see what's popping up on our lot. Archerfield, there we go, 11 miles away. Yeah, that's right. You look out the window. No. No. Swear I could beat you. 150 inland? Jeez. Yeah, you always see the stories of like some kid who just gets fucking destroyed at some swimming hole in a river way, way, way inland. It's like, what? Get him an alligator? No, it's a shark. Bull sharks can live kind of happily in brackish water. Which is terrifying, because bull sharks are like some of the angriest ones out there. Archer's Field, this is helicopter 42069. I don't want that, I want this. We are 9 miles to your southeast. We are inbound for the ramp. Probably going to perform some shenanigans. Be aware. You can't stop us. You can't make us. Archerfield Tower. I will say, I do... Something I've noticed, y'all have a very liberal use of roundabouts, which I like. Even some like the big roundabout interchanges, like on the highway exits and stuff. Very cool to see. I wish there were more of them here. We've started finally getting more and more at it. It's like maybe like one a year gets added to a county, maybe. But we started getting more roundabouts. It's nice to see. It keeps traffic flowing. But also people here are fucking idiots, and I still look to the left. Which we move counterclockwise around our roundabouts. So I still look to the left to make sure nobody's going to fucking hit me. Because I don't trust them. I do not trust anybody on the roads out here. I'm sure that kind of goes for everywhere. The hip VHVEP. Surprised I'm not surprised about doing our around the world so far. I'm surprised down here I haven't seen more people flying as well. Let's see. Is weather and everything set to live? Yeah. But we're not live players for some reason. Why? Bring her on to 135 knots. I honestly don't know if this model can fucking take that. Pulling 100% power right now. Milking 100% power right now. I'm able to do 135 in a dive. It's not going to be a low G pushover. It's going to be an aggressively low G pushover. I'll build some altitude and see if I can make an approach to the runway at 135 knots. But I want to build some altitude here before we do it. Archersfield, I hope y'all are ready for shenanigans, because we sure as shit are. It's starting to level off, still pulling 100% power. Because what are limits? Pulling over 100% power. We'll have maintenance take a look at it when we get down there. More or less leveled off. 110% power. It don't matter. We're going all the way. 120. 130. Pulling power at 135. 140. Pegged it. I said, in a dive we can make it happen, but I don't. This thing's not gonna play that shit fucking straight on. You can tell this thing's hurting. No, we don't like this. Rotor Daddy, please stop. Silence, I know what I'm doing. Kill the rotor speed there. I was trying to stop the rotors when we were upside down to brick it. Why is everything pink down here today? Oh, okay. Just a matter of everything loading in. Oh, I love crop. Oh, there's a helipad right here. What do you know? Why am I going assward to the wind? Oh, and the dust is making it glitchy for me. I don't know if y'all can see it, but it's lagging for me. I'm getting little bumps. I don't want to land with the wind. I want to land unhappy. I want to land correctly in the H. I don't give a shit which way the wind's going. Well, the H is fatter up top than it is down below. Down under. Oh no, that's just the photogrammetry stuff. Oh, okay. Kind of centered-ish. Little crooked, little right. Unacceptable. Unfucking acceptable. Oh, wind's changing direction. That's fun. I will blame my little bit rightness, because I don't know how wide this helicopter is, because I don't fly it. But the crookedness was definitely just me being bad. So we're definitely more left there. I swear to God, wind. Make up your mind. You literally have no reason to change directions. The uneven heating of the Earth's surface means nothing to you. Just be wind. Okay? They have little grass runways here too? That's neat. Looks like decent gusting and stuff here too, so I'm not too upset at myself for being off and landing awkwardly. Flying to the city and weaving in and out of buildings. Okay, quick touchdown, then go to the city. And whenever we crash, we're calling it a night. Which means we're never ending. Boom. Good solid set. Shut up. Your rotor RPM means nothing to me. There's our ETL. We're going east into Brisbane. I think it's just over these hills to the left. Oh, no, more north. Okay. I knew I had seen the tall buildings coming in, I just don't remember what orientation they were compared to the airport. We're aggressive today, boys. Tonight. I don't know if you can see this, but a lot of the fixed how they got rendered in. Being mindful of my blades. And believe it or not, I'm actually attempting to be mindful of my torque output right now. Is this building really that shiny, or is that just a texture issue at this distance? If it really looks like that, that'd be annoying as shit. Qantas QFA? Maybe? Isn't Qantas Australian? For some reason I keep thinking it's like Emirates. Okay, yeah, see all these? This is annoying for trying to do like city street flying. So you can see here where the photogrammetry was like detailed enough to pick up traffic lights and stuff, but the algorithm they used to like generate all this stuff next to the 7-Eleven here didn't know to delete the floating elevations of traffic lights and street signs. So even if I'm completely good, I can still make contact with these things, even though there's nothing holding them up. So like a little floating thing like that can end up ruining our fucking day if I'm not careful. So even some of these treetops and stuff are reading higher than what they actually are. And with it loading in all the stuff that I've never seen before, it's stuttery to say the least. I'll throw a little bit of altitude at it until we get into town. The trees eat up a lot of the memory. Ten people watching. What's up, everybody? Glad y'all are here. We've already done our around the world for today. We're just shenaniganing at the moment. For just a few more minutes. And then I'll be calling it a night. But if you want to see the actual flying around the world with shenanigans afterwards, feel free to come back tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. Because we'll be doing as much as we can because we still have like another 80 or so days left, if not more. Boy, how fucky does this crane look? Oh. Yeah, that's ugly. Tower looks good though. MV Aquarius. Hundred-knot building diving. Let's go and hope there's nothing floating. What a silly looking bridge. Still good on power. Cool, cool, cool. Push forward. I want more speed. Nope, a lot of floating stuff in here. Yep. I'm not going to call that a thing. There's too much floating shit in there to really fucking avoid. Shut up. Like I said, the floating stuff will be the end of it. Or the end of me. I had a good angle. I was going to be able to turn that around in there, but the floating stuff just took up way too much of the gap in there. Elaine, don't even look at me like that. Right at 100% torque. Perfect. Flight simulator? You mean intrusive thought simulator? Something I'd really like to try, which I know is something that will never, ever, ever, ever happen in real life, is I want to set my skids on the side of a building. You know, like, obviously I'm not going to be landing there, but I want to set my skids on the side of a building. Maybe that can be our goal for tonight, to set the skids up. Well, we'll try like skidding first, for lack of better terms. We'll attempt to skid up a building with like a vertical climb. Let's find a building that looks smooth. Oof. Weird stuff. That looks rough. That looks rough. That ain't gonna happen. Maybe on the corner there? Let's check big building over here. That gives me plenty of room to do stuff. Winter Mitterton. Okay, let's see how you look. Are you smooth enough to drag skids up? Only if I do that certain, like, window side without all the ledges would be possible. What's glass building look like over here? Might give us more options. Anywhere where the glass is really looks smooth. Oh, nope. Those, black bars, the window ledges kind of stick out. Okay, so tall building. In the non-ledged areas. Okay, guys, how many, let's just set it to 5 tries right now. Is the over-under me getting it in 5 tries or less, or 5 tries or more? So I'm not going to do this as a run first, but it'll be a run up from what angle? I need to be... Well, of course it flexes all around the building. We'll do left side of this side. That gives me a pretty good run up, like the middle half of the building. Over under 5 tries to... I'm first going to just drag my skid, kind of like I'm doing a run-on landing, but up the side of the building. If possible. With this nicely underpowered R66. Torque be damned. We're going for it. Nope. What do you guys think? Possible or not possible? That's the question. I want more speed. I think more speed is going to be necessary. And eventually I want to kind of like splat it up there and like kind of like a skateboarder, like going up to the top and like just stopping on the lip real quick, then turning around and going back down. Like something similar to that. And going in for 3 tries. Appreciate the confidence. First one I kind of felt out the speed right there. I definitely have enough speed here. 110 knots. I want to start lower, just above this crane. Pull up slightly later, because I used up the vertical space in the building really quick there. It's so nerve because it's like I don't want to fucking hit it. Okay, let's see if I can make you proud on number 3. Ooh, floating stuff. Shut up. Your rotor RPM means nothing to me. Let's get a little bit more this way first. Okay, let's see if we can make Tom proud. I feel like it's going to take a bit more like commitment, like, okay, cool, you're going to hit the building, but you know that you can pull up in time. Like, I feel like that's what it's going to take. It's like, I know I can get close, that's easy. That's getting close isn't the hard part. It's dragging my fucking skids up at the right speed. Oh, man! I fucking pulled the collective right when we got right there at it. Ugh. Close. Shut up. What, are you hurt or something? I'm not doing anything. I may dedicate myself to crashing it. Because right now it's like I want to retain not crashing, you know? Because self-preservation is a thing. But I think me trying to not crash it is what's holding me back. Because, like, you don't want to crash, you just want to drag the skids. Okay, going in. Attempt number 4. I mean, first one was kind of just feeling out speed and approach or whatever, but it was still an attempt, so. we go under the cranes here? Hopefully there's nothing floating underneath them. We'll find out here very shortly. See one hook hanging down. Clear. Yep, internet is slow right now, boys. And it's like also to get the speed necessary to do this. Ah! I almost just went for the silence. Jeebus. I feel like I may also be able to do it easier in like the A-Star or maybe the R22 just because I have way more hours in those. Because the models actually work here in the game. Your temps mean nothing to me. I will run you at 100% torque until your engine falls out. I'm moving my approaches more and more to the right as we go, seeing if anything lines me up slightly better. Imagine being in that office building and somebody trying this in real life. He's coming back again, he's fucking insane. That last one I almost had the touch. I almost just had the touch. Collective down, collective down. Ah! I have to dedicate myself to the crash. I'm trying to be a good pilot and not crash the helicopter. And weirdly, this is making me think of the physics a little bit more. Because even though, like, of course I understand, like, how it all works and everything, it is making me, like, rotate the motion of the helicopter completely perpendicular to what it's usually doing. Which is, well, I understand it's... the motion of the helicopter is dependent on the orientation of the helicopter, or the physics of it on the orientation and direction of travel or whatever. But you're not usually trying to use your collective to descend forward and upward. So even though the physics is still the same, it being thrown off 90 degrees is a fucking different feeling for sure. Shut up. You don't have a lot of power, but you have enough. Okay, loose on the grips. Easy peasy. If we hit it, we don't die. We just respawn. Ha ha ha! That was a bump, fellas. That was a fucking bump. Yeah, I really just had to dedicate myself to, like, crashing and being okay. Sure, we collapsed the skid a little bit, but we walked away and the people inside the building, you would have no tell by now in real life. Yeah, we're pulling a little bit of G-forces here. I am making sure that I am pulling off the building enough, because it does, it actually does do pretty good tail damage. See, tail strike. Shut up. Yeah, I'm throwing some fucking G-force at these. That's one thing that's definitely not modeled. I kind of wish it was like structural damage. I wish that was something that was more modeled, because they do it for jets and stuff, but they just don't have it modeled for the helicopter stuff, I guess, because it's maybe not that well understood. I was just trying to do like the one quick touch and away. Either way, that was fun. I think we're going to call that for tonight. Is there a helipad over here I can land anywhere? Let's see. Gee, there's a lot of things to look at. Yeah, there's a helipad over here. We'll set down over here. After looking goodbye to everything in Brisbane that's been given freaking point of interest tags. Neat. We'll do the tall helipad if it's rendered in. But yeah, it's been fun tonight. Did a trip and a half. 15 viewers, of course. It's always right when I'm getting off for the night. But that's part of it. So, yeah, we already did our flying around the world. We did some shenanigans at the end here in the Brisbane area. You want to see us actually doing the flying around the world part. We're kind of in Siberia right now. So we'll be back tomorrow evening. And, the governor on this is so good. But yeah, like, subscribe, all that goofy shit or whatever people ask for. I'm going to be doing this whether you're here or not. But I appreciate y'all being here because it gives me people to talk to and yap to and to give me challenges and whatever else. You give me your intrusive thoughts and we do it in the shenanigan world. Except I don't think I'm allowed to fly into the World Trade Center. I think it literally will ban your account. Or something. I've read something like that. Anyways. Okay, strange. Hey, if you're not here, no big deal. We'll see you when you get back. You spend a lot of time in here anyways. How did that turn off again? Oh, I think the respawns. Cooldowns mean nothing. This helicopter's been crashed 15 times today. But, yeah, dude, you're here all the time anyways. So, I'm not going to be mad at you for missing something that you're not getting paid for. But, I will see anybody who shows up next time. I'll see Tom next time or eventually or whenever. And we'll be doing more and more and more of this. Because it's kind of fun doing the shenanigan cooldown and stuff at the end. Because straight and level, I don't want to say it gets boring, but it gets old. So to be able to fly around and try to do dumb shit like drag your skids on the vertical part of a building, kind of fun. So yeah, we'll see everybody here next time. Yeah, see ya.